Yep.
Home is where the kart is, and today our home is Wilton Mill Kart Club, as for the second time this is a SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. My name's Henry Beaudette, and it's a huge honour to be joining you here for the 2026 Winter Open Cup at Wilton Mill. Now, for those of you that may follow some of my activities on social media, you'll know that I've been a little bit of a busy boy recently, going around the world. 7 different events in different championships across 4 different continents. And yet here, this entry is the biggest of the lot. And it's great because it's a club event, the heart and soul of karting. Yes, Wilton Mill is blessed with a larger number of monthly drivers than many clubs, but this is the grassroots, and this is why SlipStream is so important. The weather today is cloudy, as you can see, damp. It rained a lot last night, and when it finished raining a lot, it rained a lot more. The circuit staff here at Wilton have done a fantastic job of keeping the grey stuff grey and all the brown bits off the side of the track for the time being. However, when karts start to skate and teeter off the track, they will drag lots of mud back on, and that will create some very, very interesting conditions for the drivers to tackle, because there is no wind in the air as karts hit the track for the first time today. Junior Rotax Heat number 1 in the starting lineup. So, a full field of junior wagons head their way up to a very, very greasy looking Christmas corner, led by 381 Finley Lines. Teddy Cooper alongside on the outside of row number 1. Jacob Aston and Finn Davenport make up row number 2. Ellis Dealey and Logan Hartshaw go from row number 3. One driver coming through the screen now had a spin on the The outlap, Alex Shepherd, Ben Morgan, Joshua Robinson and Arthur Ray round out your top 10. Alfie Ward and Liam Crosby are up next. And they still keep on coming. Molly Mizzen, Tyler Mason-Gray, Sam Aston, Harley King, Daniel Wisnowskis and Oliver Peters. 24 positions 19 down to 24. Jensen Evans, Ronnie Jones, William Kidd Glass, Ryumu Komatsu, Nishon Marshall and Louis Bishop. On the second rolling lap now, quite understandably, the drivers will be given a little bit of extra time to get some sort of temperature into their tyres. Hugh Phillips and Aidan Donnelly go from row number 13. Harry Watson and Finley M. Cass from row 14. Alfie Skitt and Leo Basterfield round out the top 30. And Rupert Wakefield starts shotgun on the field in the number 213 kart. Now, looking at my list, there are Junior Primo entries. Now, is that the number 213, Rupert Wakefield? Well, he is in... Let's have a little look at my list. No, he's in Junior Rotax as well. There's an awful lot of different numbers. They're not all using the CIK numbering system. We've got numbers 5 all the way up to 991. Lovely. Excellent. Here we go then. They're coming into the boot. 31 Junior Rotax's Wilton Mill Winter Open Cup 2026 on Slipstream, brought to you by Alpha Live, is about to go green. Track Marshal bravely stands to the side. Very, very greasy. Lights are out. 7 minutes. We are off and racing. Hold your breath. Turn left. Hope the front end digs in eventually. And then let momentum pull you round Oblivion, Fine Lady, and up towards Christmas Corner. And apart from one or two rotators down in the back of the pack, that is a remarkably clean opening few corners. I say laps, let's not count our chickens, shall we, ladies and gentlemen. Wilton Mill Kart Club does have a reputation for being a hard-fought, very, very competitive kart club. Shall we say that? Here come your leaders. The number 79, Teddy Cooper, holding off that lime green yellow helmet of Finley Lines. Lines running in the colours of KR Sport. Teddy Cooper running for Kiddix UK. And tiptoeing through the final chicane. And now Finley Lines has given himself a bit of breathing room. He's pushed Teddy Cooper up the road a little bit, and now he will set about the leader all by himself, knowing that he's got at least a couple of attempts to try and make something work before the cavalry arrive on the scene from the rear. There's a look down to Ashby's, that horrible off-camber corner. Oh, the number 5 kart has rotated. That's Aidan Donnelly. And Finley Lines has already made the move into Wilkins, now around Ozier's and up the back straight towards the boot. Boot 1 left. There is the battle now for third position. The number 121 kart of Logan Hartshorn, keeping that white NASA panel nose cone combination of Alex Shepherd behind him. Davenport in the number 91 kart has dropped back to 8th behind Alex Shepherd and Arthur Wade. Jacob Aston. Aston. Oh dear, don't tell me I've got Dan Ashton on the mind. Dear me, I haven't seen him all winter. I'm trying to wean myself off him. It's Jacob Aston, just in case anyone was confused. Now, Lines has lost the lead again. Cooper back in front, and the gap back to third position, 1.59 seconds. 4 minutes 20 plus a lap left on the clock. Oh, looks like we've got our first retiree in the background. Try and get a name check on that if we can. But all eyes on the front of the grid, the front of the field rather, coming around the final hairpin. Teddy Cooper just keeping his kart on the optimum line. Now, the 247 was the retiree earlier on. That, unfortunately, was Arthur Way out in the top 10. And Arthur Way drops out of the race. Didn't see what happened, whether it was an incident or a mechanical failure, as the field now begins to spread out. And this is what happens quite often when the track is very, very greasy. Everyone is just trying to hang on. It's not full wet, so you can't give it a full wet setup, but there's no wind here to help dry the surface, so it's just horrible and oily. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. It's like driving around just on oil. And people sort of tend to find their own sort of pace, because one tiny misjudgment in these conditions, and of course you crawl off the track and then crawl back on, and these wet tyres are taking some abuse because there's no rooster tails behind the karts. There's no standing water on the racing line, and pretty soon, over the next couple of races, we are going to see drivers think about the change to slick tyres, because as you can see overhead, blue skies are above us. And still, Finlay Lines, the way he marched up to Teddy Cooper and passed him early on, you would have thought that Lines would have bade farewell to the rest of the field. But Cooper, to his credit, came back at him straight away and hasn't looked under a great deal of pressure. Lines, I'm not going to say he's comfortably sitting behind Cooper, but Cooper is comfortably keeping Lines at bay. Here we go. Over the curb. That curb looks a little bit less potent than last year. I wonder if that's been sort of smoothed or sanded off a little bit. Just the apex of that curb to the final chicane looks a little bit thinner than last year. The Stu Stratton effect. Have KZ, will curb hop, will go viral, will give Kart Club heart attack. Here we go, Lines, a more aggressive line through Inkermans at the top of the hill. Number 4, but again cannot, there's no way you can sort of get those tyres dug in to get any sort of forward momentum coming out of the corners. It is just tiptoeing around, everybody nicely spaced out, because everybody is really concerned with what happens if they put so much as a wheel into the quagmire that is the outside of this 1200 plus metre circuit. Now behind the top 2, Logan Hartshorn continues to run in 3rd, 50 seconds to go. Ellis Dealey's up to 4th, Aston 5th, Shepherd, Morgan, Davenport, Liam Crosby and Oliver Peters are your top 10. And Logan Hartshorn's making a bit of a bid here in the purple and pink privateer number 121 entry. Down the hill he goes. He's broken clear of Ellis Dealey, who now comes through in 4th position. And the gap is where it's 1.7 seconds as Lines makes the move down at Ogiers, and he makes it stick. He had to really get it there and then stand on the apex. He knew it was going to upset Teddy Cooper, because that's just the nature of this type of race. And Cooper thinks, okay, I'll hook the inside of the curb, try and get past you, but no. And there's no way to get any momentum out of the penultimate corner on the penultimate lap. As now we start the final lap. So they decided to throw caution to the wind and have a go before the final lap. It means Logan Hartshorn is closing in hand over fist. Across the top we go. Look for Cooper to try and get a run. Maybe return the favour to Lines into Ashby's. No, can't do it. The next place will be into Ogiers. Try and mirror Lines' manoeuvre. Get to the inside and then just stand on the apex. No, Lines has got that covered. And now Cooper, although he's got a better run down the infield straight, Lines is going to position his car. Now, what did Cooper learn from this complex last time? He can hook his right rear wheel. There he goes, does it again on that 3rd part of the boot. It does help, but of course, It will help in lap times. That'll be an excellent tip in qualifying trim. But you've still got a go-kart in front of you. And despite that nice little interesting line that Cooper discovered, Finley Lines holds on. And the 2-1-3 kart goes for a spin on the start of the final lap. That was Rupert Wakefield, who started last, and he will also finish in that same position. Well, he won't. He'll be the last kart running, because we had several drivers drop out as we watched the stragglers cross the finish line. 31 starters, and we are going to get 28 of them home. Here's a look at your provisional results of Junior Rotax Heat 1, Group A versus Group D. Finley Lines, Teddy Cooper, the top 2, Logan Hartshaw in 3rd. The top 6 completed by Ellis Dealey, Jacob Aston and Alex Shepherd. Ben Morgan, Liam Crosby, Finn Davenport and Oliver Peters rounded out the top 10. Ahead of Samuel Aston, from 30th on the grid, Leo Basterfield finishes P12, Tyler Mason Gray and Alfie Ward. The top 14. Daniel Wisnauskas finishes 15th, ahead of Ronnie Jones, up from Honda Cadet, Harley King, Nishawn Marshall, William Kidd Glass, Joshua Robinson, Harry Watson, Hugh Phillips, Aidan Donnelly, who spun. He recovered to finish 23rd, ahead of Molly Mizzen, Ryuma Komatsu, Finley M. Cass and Alfie Skitt, with Rupert Wakefield having a spin on the final lap, but surviving to complete all 8 race laps. Well, ladies and gentlemen, 1 race down, 30 to go. Busy day here at Wilton Mill Kart Club. 241 entries, and this is the second half of the overall Junior Rotax entry. This is Group B versus Group C. An incredible 62 Junior Rotaxes entered here today. And of course, as you look at the bright pink photographer media clothing of Josh East walking up the grid, of course, we'll bring you up to date of how you can make sure you watch the finals live here on SlipStream, powered by Alpha Live. Junior Rotax Heat 1, Group B versus Group C is up next. A look up towards Christmas Corner. You can see just at the top there, on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, what will happen. That the circuit drops away. So much of the grass has been pulled back and dragged away by errant go-karts. And of course, it has rained and rained and rained here in the United Kingdom. I did read somewhere that one place in the UK has had 48 days of consecutive rain. In Wales, we call that the summer holidays. Now, at some point, I will endeavour to get one of Alpha Live's wizards, technical wizards, to provide a piece of equipment that will allow me to say hello to you all via the live chat feature. But that will come a little bit later on, because go-karts are on circuit, and it is last year's Rotax Grand Finals Minimax champion Tom the Farmer Reed, who will lead them around the first of 2 pace laps. Max Wheatley, Aidan Hammond, who just come back from the Rotax Winter Trophy in Texas, and Kartik Kometa are on row number 2. Benjamin Lawn and Jensen Chalk, who went out and was winning rounds of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge earlier this year. Ryan Rapini, Archie Ray Watson, Nelson Taylor, and Jacob Kent round out your top 10. Nelson Taylor raising money for drivers with autism. Miles Burton, Bertie Hodgson on row number 6. Row 7, Daniel Adamitis and Odysseus Hole, Noah Clare, Barnaby Grubb, Sam Green Gomez and Christian Kiahov. That's your top 9 row. Zane Perry and Joseph Baxter round out your top 20. Miles Cleworth and Harrison McNeely. Harry Myatt Waldron and Oliver Hutchins, I do apologise. Up next, Jensen Walker. Theo Roberts, your top 26. Alexander Leksinski and Harrison Bishop on row 14. Jaden Payne and Lily Catignon, who was one of the X-Kart Scholarship finalists here at Wilton Mill last September. She starts 30th, one place ahead of Jack Corser, whose older brother, of course, is Vauxhall. Don't be surprised, ladies and gentlemen, that this race will mirror the style of the previous heat race, with people getting a little bit spread out, and any move that is attempted that doesn't pay off will be very costly and take several laps to recover from before said driver can try another move. Right. For race 2, here at Wilton Mill Kart Club's Winter Open Cup, race 2 on day 2 of SlipStream, brought to you by Alpha Live. We got a Grand Finals champion leading you to the line. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Reed and Wheatley lead them through Oblivion and Fine Lady and up the hill towards Christmas, and it's Reed covering the inside line aboard that Thule Motorsport liveried kart, and I have to say, well done once again, junior Rotax drivers. 31 drivers successfully negotiate, and I say that some spins, but they successfully negotiated Christmas corner. It was Inkerman's and Ashby's where it all went wrong. There we are. Taylor in the 205, Reed in the 205, keeping the number 251 of Aidan Hammond at bay. Hammond was very impressive at the Rotax Winter Trophy at Speed Sports Park, Houston. Took his first ever junior win in the 3rd of 4 rounds. Missed out on a ticket to the Grand Finals on that occasion, but there will be plenty more. And, well, we'll be bringing you up to date on the progress of the British team so far. Drivers try to earn tickets. But I'm not going to do that during this programme. We're going to focus on the karting. But I will be able to bring you up to date with all the goings-on with British karters and karting in the UK. But I can't tell you any more than that. Let's just say that it's part of SlipStream's new incoming raft of premium content that I'm very lucky to be a part of in a little bit of a way. But I can't say any more, because Piers Pryor will come and hang me from the girders. I'll give away too much. But I'll just say that as we look at somebody going a little bit wide through Osiers. It was the mud-soused number 195 kart of Archie Ray Watson. So this is the battle of 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, back to about 15th place. And as expected, Reed, Hammond, Max Wheatley in that red and white, teasing the old Ayrton Senna, Alain Prost, McLaren. I'm not allowed to say the sponsor's name because it's tobacco, but you know the red and white one. That livery. There's a Coles Racing number 185 of Benjamin Lawn, just parking on the apex to try and prevent the number 15 kart of Barnaby Grubb from making a move. And it's, of course, yeah, drivers, you've never seen so many different racing lines around a single corner. And the number 56 of Ryan Rapini making a move. He's got another move there, down to the inside. So Ryan Rapini, who saw the angle of the right front wheel as he turned into Wilkins at the top of the hill. Obviously, yeah, that is the camber, the caster is set up so that, yeah, it looks like one of the cars that have been slammed. They've got, like, you know, the inside front ridge of the tyre is the only thing that is touching the ground. Jensen Chalk makes the move on Max Wheatley. He says, thank you very much. Now think before you try and repass me, young Wheatley. We're heading towards the front. Remember the last race. All depends on when Hammond, if Hammond, and Hammond's chances of launching an assault on Tom Reed have not been done any favours going into Wilkins, because somebody has deposited a large amount of mud just off the traditional racing line, but where you'd be putting your left set of your left tyres if you were thinking of having a lunge to the inside. So that is now a no-go. We'll check the gap next time around between Chalk and Watson. And the top two, the gap is, it's 0.3 of a second. What has happened to Aidan Hammond? Hammond had a, well, that now doesn't tell the full story. Hammond is 0.7 of a second behind Reed, and he's still 1.3 seconds in front of Chalk and Wheatley. There is another Kiddix kart. Now, yeah, let's look at Ryan Rapini. Look at the angle, especially coming out of Ashby's going into Wilkins. That is a Kart Republic chassis, but he has really got the inside front part of those tyres are taking an absolute pasting, but it's working very well. He's got that bite. You can only do it for this race, as you see Benjamin Lawn trying to prevent Barnaby Grubb from... Oh, is that Grubb? No, Grubb's dropped back a little bit. Who was that going past Benjamin Lawn? It was Grubb with the number 77 of Sam Green Gomez right with him. So Benjamin Lawn loses a couple of positions, and the jet wash is going to have a queue a mile long. And the number 236 kart, that looks like a Dave Edwards racing machine. That is, let's have a little look, 236. Very, looking down the order. Well, do you know what? Can't find 236. It's a first. Name escapes me. Senior Rotax, hang on a second, I've got... Talk amongst yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, as we've got an AIR kart now getting slowly. Is that a lapped machine? Getting put, I think it might be. They're swarming all around. Barnaby Grubb in the number 15 kart has already negotiated that slow machine. The 236 kart, the mystery man is Oliver Hutchins, sadly out of the race. As moves to the inside, Lawn is going backwards, and there's another of the KR chassis, the Kart Republic chassis, that luminous yellow, black and white one, that the front yaw angle of the steering of the right front wheel. It's very, very offset indeed. Interesting. Reed leads by 0.8 of a second. Hammond will not get close to even launch a temporary assault unless, of course, Tom Reed comes upon slower traffic on a very greasy surface. Oh, what's that? It's slower traffic in front of Tom Reed on a very greasy surface. 30 seconds to go. Aidan Hammond, don't give up yet. As Jensen Chalk now begins to close in on Hammond. So Hammond gets the hurry up. And, the lap driver, that's the number 236, heading into the pits after their excursion. So the Dave Edwards team will have a bit of work to do on Oliver Hutchins' kart before the next race. It does, however, mean that Reed doesn't have to negotiate a potential banana skin. On a track that is already slippery enough, that is a potential obstacle he'll be very pleased that he's avoided. Across the top, he doesn't want to calm down and relax too much. Hammond and Chalk aren't a million miles away. Clock strikes 0. Next time round, they'll get the last lap board. Here are your top 3. There's the move. Chalk to the inside of Hammond. Ozier's there. Parks on the apex. Can't get it slowed down quite enough. And Hammond does the crossover. Well, that's given the win to Tom Reed, because these two will now lose a lot of time while they engage in their own personal battle. But hey, it's the last lap. I think probably Jensen Chalk was, probably right to think, I can't see Hammond closing this gap to the leader, so second's the best we can hope for. I may as well get stuck into him early. Contact warning for Jensen Walker. 12th position for the number 225 kart. And Hammond using that curb, that serrated edge curb, to hook the kart around Christmas corner just that little bit more efficiently. And well, Reed taking a very leisurely run through Ashby's there. Jensen Chalk's got the bit between his teeth in the MLC Motorsport number 218. And this time he attacks from the outside going into Osiers. He's going to get a good run. He's going to have to go around the outside of the first part of the boot to get to the inside of this second part. Has he made it? Not quite. Tom Reed comes through the final corner ahead of Hammond. Chalk has to settle for third. And I wonder if that's the first win on UK soil for Tom Reed since his Grand Finals victory in Bahrain. Have to find out, but the weather's not been kind to farmers in the UK so far this year, but there's one farmer that has the sun shining on him. I want to say a huge thank you to our current members, and of course you're the people that can watch the entire broadcast live as the day progresses, and you're the people that are responsible for me being here. Thank you very much indeed. Your support is allowing us to, allowing Alpha to do some very, very, very interesting things, which you will find out in due course. This coverage is being subsided by our members. It simply wouldn't happen without SlipStream. That is true. Now here's the class. Oh, here's the results first of all. I was going to say the next class, the ones that the drivers will be lucky to get a slipstream, because unless they're going downhill, because it's the 177s. Tom Reed and Aidan Hammond finishing first and second. Jensen Chalk, Max Wheatley and Ryan Rapini rounding out your top five. Kartik Kumeta, Sam Green Gomez, Benjamin Lawn, Barnaby Grubb and Archie Ray Watson. 16 seconds covering the top 10. That tells you just how tricky the conditions are. Miles Cleworth, Jensen Walker, Harrison Bishop and Zane Perry. The top 14 ahead of Bertie Hodgson, then Miles Burton, Joseph Baxter, Harrison McNeely and Jacob Kent, with Alexander Leksitsky rounding out your top 20. Noah Clare, Daniel Adomaitis, Christian Kahayov, Nelson Taylor went backwards, obviously had a spin for the Thule Motorsport number 991. Harry Myatt Waldron, Jack Corser and Odysseus Hole, 26th and 27th. And we had, apart from poor old Oliver Hutchins, we had a full complement of finishers. 31 starters, 30 finishers. Bet you didn't have that on your bingo card this morning, ladies and gentlemen. A combined total of 1 DNF between 62 junior Rotax karts in 2 7-minute heat races on a greasy track. They doth surprise sometimes, you know. Well, it's more than one retirement. We had about 3 or 4 in the first race. Still less than 5 retirements across 2 heat races in junior Rotax. What a time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. What a time to be alive. But heavy metal is about to hit the circuit. It's senior Rotax 177 up next. Here we go then. What a great sight it is to see a healthy grid of 177s. The seniors and the older drivers in the sport are so important that we keep pushing and promoting masters classes and for the 177s. Harrison Crook and Reg Hayward on row number 1, Joshua Gollin and David Mitchell on row 2, and Adriel Ngwa on row number 3. Harrison Crook, he won a weekend racing at the Dubai O-Plate for £2 through a karting competitions website. Finished the top 20. It's Crook and Hayward. Here we go. Jack Taylor, Finley Cross, Jaskaran Narwhal, Rob Simpson and Elliot Kennedy. 11 177s. But again, it's so vital that we keep supporting, to have the older drivers to show that karting is not just a kid's sport. As we watch them go up the hill. Now let's have a little look at some of the live chat while we get going. Let's have a look. Good morning, William Bennett, and to Corby. Good morning to Piers, spying, I mean watching from Valencia. Hello. Bex George wishing Jaden good luck. And Samuel Rapini applauding Ryan Rapini's great effort. Sam Morris, welcome to Slipstream, Sam. Thank you very much. You get to watch the finals live this afternoon. Non-members, well, you still get to watch the finals, but in 7 days' time. And that's, you've got things to do. May as well just, I'll tell you how to do it later on. Probably several times. Here we go then. Rotax 177 into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are off and racing. And it's a good start. Oh, right. It's a good start from the outside of row number 1 from Reg Haywood. In the number 37 kart, is that Haywood? No, it's Haywood, of course, in the traditional colours of Coles Racing. Harrison Crook, buoyed by his success out the Dubai Kartdrome, leads the field, and already you can see how much more grip there is after just 2 races, how much more aggressive these 177 drivers are being. The track is drying out. And of course, so this is race number 3. I'd say races 5, 6 and 7 are going to be looking a little bit nervously at the track, thinking, I think there's going to be a late scramble on the dunny grid to change tyres. Side by side for 3rd place, Joshua Gollin with the number 4 kart makes a move on David Mitchell as Crook checks over his shoulder, sees the red rain suit of Reg Haywood comfortably behind him. Then there's the throwback style Golf liveried crash helmet of Jack Taylor. And Jack Taylor has always had some sort of Steve McQueen. Oh, and a spin for the number, who was that going around? Number 16, Elliot Kennedy. Going for a spin, getting passed by Rob Ellis. Rob Ellis, formerly of Landau Kart Club, the global home of World Motorsport, birthplace of champions. As number 33 kart gets the 35 kart, Adriel Bingois gets it all crossed up coming out of Wilkins. Saves it and hangs on to what I believe is 6th position. There's the number 8 kart of Taylor, hustling his way through the boot. The Kraft Motorsport livery machine of David Mitchell is next. Then it is Gollin. There's the red and white kart of Gollin. Actually, Gollin has fallen behind the number 17 kart of Rob Ellis. So Gollin down to 6th, and Ngois, Cross, Simpson, Jaskaran, Narwhal and Elliot Kennedy. Up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Yeah, more and more drivers now deviating from the traditional racing line to try and find a fraction more standing water or residual water. And there's the competitive, the CER. Oh dear, just understeering in. And that was Josh Gollin. A little bit unimpressed by that. The short straight towards the boot. Gollin on the inside. And Rob Ellis in that number 17 machine trying to hustle his way through as we complete lap number 3. 4 minutes still to go. Adriel Ngois actually was the driver that was running wide, courtesy of a very, very committed attempt by the number 69 kart of Finley Cross a lap or so ago. Crook, the TH Course team, untroubled at the front, 0.4 of a second clear of Haywood, who just, even with the grip levels slowly improving, still not enough to attack the corners with any amount of confidence. So everyone just sort of they're not tiptoeing, well they are tiptoeing round, not at half speed, but of course they are just racing within themselves at the moment due to the conditions of the track. If it was full wet, it was pouring down with rain, then you could attack the corners a bit more because you simply put the full wet setup on and the full wet tyre pressures, and yeah, go out and everyone's in the same boat. This is just awful because you've got some drivers on a wet setup, some drivers in a dry setup, some drivers in the middle. You know, there's an awful lot of variables at play when the track conditions get to this level. 2.5 minutes to go, and Reg Haywood was half a second behind Harrison Crook at the start of this lap. Does it look like he's half a second behind now? Looks like he is getting a little bit closer. Okay, Haywood, before long, will be in a position where he is close enough to make Crook defend. Then Haywood can take advantage of the fact that he's got a huge 3-second gap behind him. So he has no worries at all about some pesky third place runner closing up in the space of half a lap as they duck and weave between them, battling for the lead. Although Crook has had a really strong run to the first couple of corners up towards Christmas. Still over 90 seconds to go, but the number 2 kart was very, very good through the majority of sector number 1, down towards the middle sector of the lap now. This is where Haywood's kart seems to be a lot better. Oh, that's not going to help Harrison Crook, getting all 4 wheels onto the painted curb. You can see just sideways momentum as opposed to forward momentum. And Haywood is now sitting on Crook's rear bumper. Lap number 6 about to go into the books here. As a battle further back with David Mitchell picking up 2 spots there for the Craft Motorsport number 23 team. I think that was at the expense of Rob Simpson and Finley Cross. Now let's see if Crook gets another good run through the fast corners this section. And he is better again than Haywood through this first segment. And that's critical because it means that Haywood can't make a lunge coming into Christmas corner. This looks interesting. There's Josh Gollin on the outside and the number 69 of Finley Cross on the inside. And Gollin going round the outside. And, Harrison Crook hit Josh Gollin about 5 times in that one corner. And each time he actually helped Josh Gollin get round the corner. Remarkable. Oh, that's not going to help. Oh, and it's all getting a little bit feisty here. And after 2 exemplary performances in Junior Rotax, trust the 177 yobbos. There's a good move. Mitchell again to the inside. Oh, and there's somebody 360 rotation, and he kept it pinned. That, I think, was that Jack Taylor out of 3rd position. No, there goes Taylor. Trying to suss out who that was. With the full 360, I think it was Finley Cross who did the full 360 as we start the final. Have we started the final lap? No, 2 to go. The leaders got across the line before the clock struck. So look at the state of those karts. And that is just because you can tell the kart that spun is the one at the back of the pack with a bright, clean NASA panel. The 5 karts that were directly following that rotating kart that spun off the track and then came straight back on, did a full 360 with mud all over itself, has coated that group behind him. Now, Crook is under pressure because Haywood's made the move. Haywood in front for the first time all race. Locked in a lover's tryst. You can almost see that happening, I have to say. That was Finley Cross and possibly Elliot Kennedy. We'll check out later as we're on the last lap. Oh, here comes, Harrison Crook has been reading the Macaulay Bishop Guide to how to overtake spectacularly at Christmas corner. And he has taken a leaf out of the Bishop book with a fantastic move outside to inside. And now Haywood led for the sum total of about 3/4 of a lap before Crook fought back. Out of Ozier's. Oh no! And Haywood's gone! Haywood's gone! Looking down, is there a chain that's come off? Something's happened out of P2. And Harrison Crook is untroubled. Harrison looking over his shoulder as well, going down the back straight, thinking, well, what happened there? Oh, that's cruel, cruel misfortune for Reg Hayward. And Harrison Crook takes the win. Jack Taylor, a long way back, 5.5 seconds back, comes home P2. Who emerges from this race-long scrum? It's Rob Simpson. Hardly mentioned Rob, and he just slowly worked his way up through that snarling pack to finish P3. Ahead of Joshua Gollin, Daniel Mitchell, and here's one of the tail enders finishing stylishly. And it was only the retirement of Reg Hayward that prevented a full 100% finishing ratio. Well, the track continues to dry. Here is your full provisional results. Harrison Crook by a country mile over Jack Taylor, who had another 8 seconds in hand over Rob Simpson, Josh Gollin, David Mitchell, Rob Ellis, and then they were the survivors of that third place battle. Adriel Ngwa, Elliot Kennedy, Jaskaran Narwhal, Finley Cross, all played a part, and sadly Reg Hayward, the only retiree. Let's go back to the Slipstream Nation. Welcome aboard, thank you for your support, Claire Whiteman. Craig Corbett, good news, Henry, says Craig Corbett. The new kart track at Collindale Park in Auckland has its first official race today. Fantastic. I shall get Andrew Mather to get in touch to book our flights over there. Hello to Greenie. Welcome to the Slipstream panel. Thank you for your support. Come on now, can someone gift me a Slipstream pass? Said Kabir Racing. Kabir. Well, I tell you what, Kabir, how about this? How about you listen to me and I will tell you how to get Slipstream at the best price possible, because the nasty people at Apple, well, they're not nasty, they're just, you know, corporate. If you have an iPhone, don't go and subscribe on the YouTube app, because Apple take a fee. So if you have an iPhone, then you go via and subscribe via Safari, not on the YouTube app. I believe the fee is a couple of pounds, but that's Apple's money. They don't reinvest it into premium karting content, no. So that is what you should do to make sure you get the most out of your Slipstream pass. Good luck to Jarek Metters, says Claire Metters. And thank you. Oh, yes, Kabir Racing, you can have a shout. And I shouted at you, buy your own Slipstream pass. It's well worth it. Here we go. This is race number 4 on the day. It's Senior Rotax. Another massive grid. Up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Now, I wonder if our paddock spies from Alpha can see if anyone is on slick tyres. 31 drivers entered. Louis Weaver and Finley Jones on row number 1. Miles Roby and Callum Sims on row 2. Charlie Neve and Ethan Martin start on row number 3. Mikey Walker, well, and Will Forber on row number 4. Drew Preisner and George Cole round out your top 10 ahead of Luke Richards and Daniel Kilpatrick. New Stafford Leathers, Kieran Edson, Ruben Mamalok, Freddie Leppenwell, Kieran Ives and Connor Tubby. Rows 7, 8 and 9 with Jarek Metters, being supported by Claire, and Mikhail Islam, rounding at top 20, Ryan Hedge, Molly Griffiths, Kyle Dickens, Daniel Giahov, Taylor England, Isaac Reynolds, Gastia Lakar and Matheus Jed Wabney. Now, I have 31 Senior Rotax entries. We've got 28. Very, very quickly looking down, as anybody... did we see Aidan Large out there? Not sure we did. We see Taylor England? Well, no, never mind. Greenie. Spent £16 on Slipstream and just gave £4 to Apple. Sorry, Greenie. I should have... Public service announcement. I should have got it in there earlier. Blame me on that one. Here we go. But thank you, nonetheless. And Apple, I say thank you on behalf of Apple as well, because I'm sure they really care. And hello to Michael Burke in Bathurst, Australia, 8:45 p.m. watching in Bathurst. And for those of you that watch the 12-hour sports car race at Bathurst, I can assure you there will be no repeat of vehicle meeting kangaroo, because that did not end well for either party last weekend at the Bathurst 12 hours. Wilton Mill, yep, we've got a restraining order in the paddock. No kangaroos allowed in the paddock at Wilton Mill. Or dogs. Kangaroos mainly, though. Here we go. Senior Rotax. Oh, it's a little bit of a scruffy looking start. And it will not go green. Good luck to Louis Weaver. Well, that's why Mr. Greeley spent his hard-earned dough. Because Louis Weaver's gone and put it on pole in qualifying yesterday. Towards... Now, do some of those tyres look slickish? Boys and girls, judging by the way, I think there might have been some, the crossover period may have come. I wonder if, there's a great shot from one of our SlipStream by Alpha Live camera crew. No, there still looks like there's ridges on most of those tyres. We'll soon find out if there's been any gamblers. When does the British Karting Championship start this year, Craig? I don't know. This is where it's at. Home is where the kart is. And this is the Wilton Mill Kart Club Winter Open Cup. Or WOC. Aidan Large ain't out there because he stopped karting. What, since he entered this race? Oh, sorry to hear that. Let's have a look how many. Frank Morris has moved up to IAME Inter. Oh, I know that Frank's a tall lad, even though he's 9. Well, we'll see Frank later on. Here we go. Second time lucky for the seniors. And we are off and racing. And there's a lot more aggressive through the first couple of corners. And it looks as though it's a full complement of wet tyres. Maybe I'm obviously commentating from the SlipStream Alpha studio, which is at Wilton Mill, just over the back of the red building. But I haven't got a visual on the state of the tarmac and the carts leaving the dummy grid, so I couldn't tell you if anybody had gambled on slicks. Certainly all those at the front. Oh, and the lead there runs a little wide, Louis Weaver. That's why slicks are still not the best option, because even on wet tyres, as Louis Weaver just understeered wide going through Wilkins, and of course then that got him on the mud, so the back end of the cart tried to snap around on him. As we watch the field complete lap number 1, and it's Finley Jones, the number 23 cart, inheriting the lead from Weaver after Weaver's half moment. Behind them, Callum Sims runs there. Mikey Walker up to 4th position already, walking along, indeed singing a song. He may just be walking in a Walker Wonderland. The Jack's Motorsport machine moving stealthily towards the front of the field. The next target for Walker is the number 187 by the looks of it. And that'll be interesting because I can't see the 187. It's the 137. Oh, that would be Taylor England, who has dropped back a little bit. My eyesight. Should have got the Specsavers. Well, it's all the mud. There is the number 91 machine. That's Drew Preisner. So it's actually Mikey Walker trying to keep Miles Roby, the number 124 cart, at bay. There is the 187. 187. That is Alfie Thompson on the 1 entry list I've got. And I'll be honest with you, I'm getting a bit confussed and confuddled, ladies and gentlemen, because I can't see the 187 on the timing screen. And that's because it's not on the timing screen, but it is on the paper entry list. And I think I can see him actually up with my own eyeballs. Alfie Thompson, there he is, in the number 187. And so he's obviously either not put his transponder on, or put his transponder on but not charged it, or put a transponder on that has decided it just doesn't want to work. Either way, he is quite evidently there, as he actually closes in on Callum Sims for third position. Up at the front, Finley Jones. Now pulling away, 2.26 seconds in front of Louis Weaver. Sims, Thompson, Preisner, Roby, Walker. Oh, and there is the number. That's number 900. Is that Mikhail? Who's that? Mikhail Islam. And the number 12 cart. Losing a little bit of ground. Big lead now for Finley Jones. Everybody is now sort of sticking to the preferred sort of half and half wet, half dry line. You take the dry line on the approach to Ashby's, but then we're still not confident enough to hook the carts up to the normal racing line apex, because, you know, when you're at a tighter angle and trying to get the power down, you obviously need all the grip and adhesion on the rear, and that is not still happening for them. So we've got a mishmash of sort of semi-wet, semi-dry lines, as that number 91 machine, Drew Preisner, that's yeah, very smart looking Nigel Privateer entry. We can't see a team name on the graphics or on the timing software, and it's, well, Privateer or not, it is going very, very quickly indeed, because Drew Preisner now passes Callum Sims and put Preisner into P3. And Alfie Thompson has a real nibble at the inside, and they're still going at it. There is Thompson and Mikey Walker. Walker holds on to a slide coming out of Wilkins, and then holds off a little peek at the inside from Alfie Thompson, but Walker's gone. I thought I missed him coming out of Ogiers. He understeered off, going through Ogiers, and Walker out of fourth place with 2 minutes to go, plus, of course, a lap. Finley Jones, meanwhile, 4.5 seconds up the road, the entire length of the run up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And, oh yeah, very aggressive. Now this is more, well, see, you've got the dry line going in, but then in the braking zone, it's still a bit greasy. You can see the understeer that he can't get the carts slowed down and turn in. It's a case of, do you want it to slow down, but it'll be on the outside line, or do you want to get it turned in, which means you've got to take an alternate line going down the hill, which means you're going to be slower on the corner exit. Decisions. And it does appear as though the wide entrance, the wider trajectory around the corner, is the preferred method. Miles Roby, Kyle Dickens getting 5-second penalties, possibly start line infringements, I'm not quite sure. And yes, transponder failed, Alfie Thompson. So the timekeepers here at Wilton Mill Kart Club are aware of his existence, at least, and they can manually score him, provided, of course, it's on the cart, which they obviously have seen, it is on the cart, but just not responding. Now, Drew Preisner passing Louis Weaver for second. Drew Preisner's been a bit of a revelation to me in this race. Not a name I am familiar with, I shall be completely honest, but certainly having a very strong run here. Weaver, very experienced in the British Championship, as is Roby, as is Thompson, as is Walker, and yet Drew Preisner, whose name has not appeared on a British Kart Championship entry list, and therefore, you know, he has remained out of the highest echelon of the one official British Championship in the UK, and showing he is just as capable as some of the championship regulars and some of the drivers that run up towards the front of the British Kart Championship in various fits and starts. Across the top and through Inkerman's down the hill towards Ashby's. Finley Jones is not even in the same stratosphere. 6 seconds up the road for number 23, Finley Jones. And he certainly shows no sign of easing off. Good morning, Adam Reed. Good morning, Henry. Best of luck to all the drivers. Thank you very much indeed. Now, here we go. Final lap up the hill. Here is Finley Jones. He's got one tiny little fleck of mud on his nose cone. But other than that, he has had the clearest view of everyone. Down towards Ashby's on lap, what will be lap number 9. Exemplary performance. He's not home yet. Now he's just got to keep it on the island. Preisner. Is it Presner or Preisner? I say Preisner until his mum and dad comes and tells me off. Louis Weaver has not been able to attack Preisner. In fact, Preisner has pulled away from Weaver, and well, he's still 5 seconds behind Finley Jones. You don't know how much Finley was easing back, as it were, but Drew Preisner in the second half of that race was the fastest kart on the circuit. Lots of battle going on further back, side by side, crossing the line. That was Walker Sims, Will Forber coming across the line in 7th position. The rest of the field, again, much more strung out than they would normally be in a dry race. And I've got to say, even though that track marshal is wearing his bobble hat, it's not as cold as it has been here. It's certainly maybe just the first shoots of spring are beginning to fill the air here in Daventry, central England. Finley Jones by 5 seconds in Senior Rotax Heat 1 over Drew Preisner, with Louis Weaver, Miles Roby, Callum Sims, the top 5. Alfie Thompson, there he is, Sans transponder, but thanks to the manual scoring, he's there in P6. And Mikey Walker, Will Forber, Ethan Martin, Ruben Mamalok, Luke Richards, Connor Tubby, Kieran Edgson, Daniel Kilpatrick in 14th. With that, Jarrett Metters, 25 seconds down in 15th position. Ryan Hedge, Molly Griffiths, Mikhail Islam, Kieran Ives, Noosh Safa Leathers, Charlie Neve, George Cole, Carl Dickens, Taylor England, Daniel Kialv, Freddie Leppenwell, and Agastya Lakar, and all 29 starters. Isaac Reynolds and Matheus Jedwabny made it to the end. Well done. In challenging conditions indeed. Well, that's the first 4 races of the day done. All Rotax races. And here is the grid for one of our first IAME race. It's Senior X30. It's up next. There is a look down at a hugely crowded paddock, which will look something akin to a quagmire by the end of the day, when all the support vehicles, trucks and vans make their way out of what is a very, very muddy area. But congratulate and fair play to Wilton Mill for squeezing 241 or 240. If Aidan Large has decided to mid-race not to race anymore. Here we go, Nat Stappen making a senior debut at Wilton Mill. Senior X30 pole position, CJ Bennett alongside him. Aaron Brown and Max Ewell go on row number 2. Sam Lewis and Jack Nettleship are next. Dayton Coulthard, Alexander D. Benedictis, Alex Wiley and Oliver Meek are your top 10. Liam Karabelov and Daniel Bridgen, row number 6. Dylan Patel and Max Anderson are on row number 7. Noah Sales and Laith Khan from juniors. He's on row number 8 alongside William Omar and Oliver Picula. That's the top 18. The top 20 rounded out by Dylan Masters and Bailey Brooker, Isabel Banks and Gabriel Towers. Round out a 22 kart field, which is quite good because I'm going to have one of these caramel millionaires that have been thrust upon me. Very nice. You would have to choose a moment that I'm chewing on a caramel millionaire to show a nice viral moment, as corner paddle barriers lives matter too. And one of the track officials just fitting that paddle. But, I'm still not convinced about those paddles, if I'm being particularly honest. I've seen one kart in the United States clip one at high speed and, yeah, literally just get flipped over. Steady on, sir. Look up. Yes, the marshal saying, please slow down, please slow down. Marshal kneeling on apex. But of course, they're not going to go through that final chicane on the rolling lap. It is the Mick Barrett Racing number 15 of CJ Bennett. No, that's the number 15 of Nat Johnson. CJ Bennett's on the number 9 kart on the outside of the front row. That's the Mark Litchfield Racing number 9 of CJ Bennett. Nat Johnston, though, leads them out of turn number 1 and turn number 2 up the hill, and Aaron Brown makes a move to the inside to take over P2 from Bennett, but it's Nat Johnston comfortably leading the way, as there's Dayton Coulthard in the middle of a 3-wide situation, and the premium karting machine on the outside, Sam Lewis, goes for a muddy bath, and one of the TB karts also finds the quagmire. That was the number 59 machine of, number 159 machine, sorry, of Alex Wiley. End of lap number 1. Nat Johnston leads by 1.8 seconds over this scrap for over Aaron Brown. This is the pack battling, say that, for third position. CJ Bennett, Max Ewell, and Alexander Di Benedictis. And they head down towards Ashby's again. Now, even one race after the seniors, you can see the X30 is able to take the dry line going into Ashby's, and it's not perfectly dry, but they're able to get the kart turned in for the dry apex of the corner as well. So, in a few races' time, track conditions will be back to the best that you can hope for on a chilly February Sunday that has followed months, it seems like, of incessant rain. As we begin lap number 3, Johnston continuing to pull away from Aaron Brown, although Brown gets a good run up the hill and actually closes back in on Johnson. Bennett, Ewell, Di Benedictis, Nettleship, and Oliver Meek, and Oliver Picula pulls off on the exit of Oblivion. And that is his race done. It did look like a mechanical issue, I have to say, for Picula. Maybe, again, clipping a curb. Of course, you've got to clip the curbs to get the karts rotated. And it looked like it's the second or third chain that we've had flick off today, if indeed that's what the problem was for Picula. Now, haven't had a really good battle for the race lead since the opening race, I recall, and there's 2 TB karts battling hard for position. That would be Alex Wiley and Max Anderson. They're 17th and 18th, with Gabriel Towers and Isabel Banks. So this is 17th, 18th, 19th and 20th we are looking at. Dylan Masters has retired, and Oliver Picula has also retired. So this is the battle for the last place. 20 karts left. Up the road a little bit is Laith Khan in the number 78 machine, but the rear number on that car, the rear number plate, looks a bit caved in, stoved in, which means that there's possibly, oh, and a spinner there. That's a Birrell ART, and a couple more going off, coming out of Osiers. And that is, that looks like the 344, Liam Karabelov, who has come to grief. And we'll find out the other identities when they come around, but certainly Karabelov and William Omar possibly was another driver. Yeah, Omar lost a good couple of seconds. He's down to 14th place now. Karabelov and Lewis. And the other drivers involved is Dayton Coulthard making a move. Dayton is running in 7th place now, passing Oliver Meek. There's a slippery surface flag. Now, that's not the marshals being ironic. That is the marshals warning the other drivers that there's additional slippery material on the track, courtesy of when Karabelov, Lewis and Masters spun the previous lap and a half ago and dragged stuff onto the track. 2 minutes to go. Alex Wiley has also been given a 5-second penalty for his troubles, as the number 175 of Max Ewell just runs a little bit wide, going through Oblivion and loses 4th place to Alexander De Benedictis. Benedictis having a strong run. Can he catch the Litchfield Racing number 9 kart of front row starter CJ Bennett? He's still got time. There's the number 67 kart, Oliver Meek, chases this group into the boot. This is Aaron Brown in 2nd, Bennett 3rd, De Benedictis 4th, Ewell 5th, and then a gap. Big gap back to the next trio of karts, which would be Jack Nettleship, Dayton Coulthard and Oliver Meek, 6th, 7th and 8th. Up the hill goes the number 175. Now, he's got 175 on his kart. If that's what's confusing me, ladies and gentlemen. Drivers not running with the numbers. Yeah, I know it's like 175, not 75, but it's not the same. Commentators, you're looking for it's a 3-digit number. So you look at that section of your entry list. Of course, it's not there, which causes confusions and not a few mild contusions to the old brain hole. Johnson continues to lead by 1.5 seconds. Here is Dayton Coulthard. And he is, well, he's not seeing the good battle that's going on behind him between Dylan Patel. Oh, no, that's Nettleship. There is Nettleship in the number 75. Of course, there's a 75 and the 175. That's always helpful as well. So Nettleship and Meek dropped back to 7th and 8th. That's the Gillard. It's an OTK. So the 75 and the 175 have got me well and truly destroyed mentally, physically and emotionally up here in the commentary box. Max Ewell in the 175 kart running in a strong 5th position. There's the white plates of the number 9 kart, CJ Bennett. I wonder why he's allowed to run a different colour number plate than everybody else. Answers the live chat. Or is it just because he's Irish and it's awkward? Is there a reason? There might be a very valid reason why he's got a different number on his go-kart, different colour number on his go-kart. It just affects my tisms, boys and girls. Out of a drying final corner, onto the final lap. Nat Johnson has led this one from the start, 1.5 seconds ahead of Aaron Brown. Now it's taken Alexander De Benedictis a little while, but he has caught, finally, on the final lap, CJ Bennett for 3rd position. I think that De Benedictis is going to get possibly one chance coming into this corner, if he plays his cards right. Let's see. And, De Benedictis comes out side by side. I don't think he made the move work. Nat Johnson, meanwhile, comes through the boot. He's closing in on lap traffic. And, Benedictis did do it. So he did pick up the position as Johnson beats Brown. And a great last lap manoeuvre from Alexander De Benedictis, who saw him make the move into Ozier's, and then he just was able to keep enough of his kart sort of semi-alongside Bennett for the run down the back straight to give him the inside line. And speaking of inside lines, there's a recovering 3-4-4 of Liam Karabelov passing Gabriel Towers right at the end to finish 18th. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be another unique feature of SlipStream, brought to you by Alpha Live. You, viewers, SlipStream subscribers will get to read the results of this race all to yourself while I make a quick pit stop. Well, there is the panoramic view of Wilton Mill. And here we go then, race number 6. It's X30 Junior up next. Here we go then. One of the other added bonuses of SlipStream produced by Alpha Live is that when I'm doing a SlipStream commentary, every 4 or 5 races I have to make a pit stop, so you get to read a whole set of results for yourselves, you lucky viewers. Aaron Richardson and Sukmani Kira lead row number 1 ahead of George Edgar and Rocco Shenton. Freddie Wood and Archie Rogers Tyler are next. Finley Hines and Enzo Buttarazzi round out the top 8. Then Nathaniel Hodges and Harry Myers. That's your top 10. George Quinlan and Finley Allen are up next. Sam Mott and Night Measures, Mini Measures, already in the juniors. Colby Patterson, Joseph Davis, Orion Meta, Sebastian G, and the top 20 completed by Jacob Nairn and Ollie Brunt. Row number 11, Ethan Windsor and Exton Cook round out a 22-strong Junior X30 field. Now, just looking at the state of the track, surely, ladies and gentlemen, we must have slick tyres on about now. Although I stand to be corrected. It is mere speculation by myself. While we're on the rolling lap, let's catch up with the SlipStream live chat. Any questions? Oh, well, hello to David Whitehouse, Motorsport Magpie, doing a fantastic job as ever of making sure that the SlipStream YouTube chat remains nice, friendly and wholesome. There's your answer, ladies and gentlemen. The fronts are on slicks, and if the fronts are on slicks, that means most people will be on slicks. As Aaron Richardson brings the field round, his Fusion Motorsport teammate Sukmani Kira on the outside of row number 1. Oh, lot untidy mid-pack. And I'm not sure everyone's going to get away with that one without a few tramline violations, but Richardson makes a good start. George Edgar up to second. A little bit of consternation back in the lower regions of the field. But everybody, by and large, cleanly and greenly through Christmas. And a change for third place, Rocco Shenton on the number 6 karts. Now, cast your mind back to the British Kart Championship final round here last September or October, was it? Where Rocco Shenton was on an absolute mission as a privateer in the Junior X30 class. That's a move from George Edgar. There was nothing Aaron Richardson, could do about that. Sukmani Kira has already been dispatched back to 4th position by Shenton. And Edgar, how much grip did that Mick Barrett racing car have through the tight portion of the boot? Back end just stepping out. Edgar catches it, doesn't lose any momentum. And that's you know, a beautiful thing to see when you see the drivers, just the back end steps out just to the angle they want it to, and then they trail brake into the corner without losing a speck of time. Richardson now tries to figure out a way back past George Edgar. Here is Sukmani Kira in the number 44 kart, and she's back in front of Rocco Leon Shenton. Archie Rogers Tyler is next in line. Freddie Wood runs P6. Then it's Enzo Butterazzi, Finley Hines, Night Measures, and George Quinlan, your top 10. All 22 karts still running. Battle for the lead. Up the hill. Here comes Richardson. And again, that lovely, lazy, sort of oversteery slide into Christmas corner works well again for George Edgar, but the direct stuff it at the inside and see what happens approach works just as well for Aaron Richardson, who retakes the lead into Ashby's. Down towards Osiers, and the offline moisture shimmering off the low sun, which is somewhat dappled by a hazy line of clouds that are just preventing the deep blue spring morning air from completely covering this circuit. And Shenton now has a side-by-side battle behind him, which will help his cause, no doubt. Sukmani Kira getting, just a little bit of a hurry up there from Archie Rogers Tyler, with Freddie Wood next in line. Down, this is 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th round Ashby's on lap number 4. We've still got plenty of time to go. 4 minutes or so plus a lap. Sukmani Kira can't stay with Rocco Shenton in terms of outright pace, but as Freddie Wood and Archie Rogers Tyler continue to tear strips off each other, then at least Sukmani Kira is not in any danger of losing another position at the moment. Although it depends how quickly Rogers, Tyler and Wood sort themselves out, because in single file they will be, the King's English here, they will be quicker than if they're side by side. Oh, mechanical flag goes out for Sebastian G, who is running 15th at the moment. The Jade Racing team, his race is over. First retirement, 3 minutes to go. Aaron Richardson, after repassing George Edgar, leads by nearly a full second now. Edgar is not, well, he's 2 seconds in front of Shenton. Well, he's not 2 seconds in front of Shenton. Shenton is doing what Rocco Shenton does, and is just wringing the neck of his kart and urging it up towards the leader, or make that leaders, because the gap between Richardson and Edgar came down last lap to just under 3/4 of a second. But still, it's gonna take an almighty battle, probably starting on the next lap latest, if Shenton is going to catch them, because he's not going to make up 2.8 seconds in 2 minutes plus a lap without some assistance from the 2 drivers you're looking at now. But I have to say that Edgar doesn't look close enough to launch an assault, even if he wanted to. Richardson just keeping it nice and tidy. Of course, on slick tyres, overtaking will be even harder, because to make an overtake, you have to go off the optimal racing surface onto the suboptimal racing surface. And trying to make a pass on a suboptimal piece of racing surface is, well, it's suboptimal. And there is the number 17 kart of George Quinlan retiring from the race in the closing stages. And Richardson extended his advantage during the course of this lap. It was down to half a second when they cross the start-finish line. It's going to be back up to nearly a full second, if not a tick over a full second, when they come out of this next corner. And further back, here is a good battle. And this looks like it is the Croc number 157 of Finley Hines and the number 19 cart of Night Measures with, now there is somebody that has been onto the curb. Water being kicked up. Who was that? Almost. Oh, did somebody go off? There's a, looks like a wet patch where a cart has been off. Let's wait and see, but don't want to get out on the curbs, completely on the curbs, coming out of turn number 1, because they have retained a lot of water. Measures up to what is now 7th position with Hines, the number 157 cart, trying to fight back. The clock is about to strike 0. Has Richardson already long gone, because this battle is in 7 seconds, so this isn't the last lap. It is the penultimate lap by Aaron Richardson. George Edgar 1.5 seconds behind him, and now there has been a skirmish, has there? Shenton and Kira are much more separated than they were previously. Freddie Wood is there in 5th position. No, everyone is still there. They just look as though they're a little bit more spread out than they were the previous lap, but that's not going to matter to Aaron Richardson, who now begins his final lap. Blue flags waving, traffic in front of the leaders. It's Exton Cook in the number 27 cart. And Exton does enough to get out of the way. Oh no, now it's the number 99 of Ollie Brunt, who is holding Richardson up, and there's nothing that Brunt can do, because it's one line on slick tyres over the cross at the top of the hill. And now Edgar finds himself half a lap from home with, well, just a possibility. That's all you need, a tiny chance. So you're saying there's a chance. That's what Edgar's saying. He drives it hard into the boot. It's not going to be enough, but still, George Edgar had to ask the question, seeing as that the lapped traffic helped him more than it helped our race leader Aaron Richardson, who takes the win by just under half a second eventually. There is Shenton crossing the line in 3rd, 9 seconds off the lead. Wood, Kira, Roger Tyler's, Measures, Hines, Butterazzi and Sam Mott complete the top 10, as the rest of the runners, 22 starters, and we saw Sebastian G getting the mechanical flag, and we saw George Quinlan standing at the side of the circuit. 20 survivors, 20 finishers. The last driver to finish on the lead lap will be number 87. There he is, Ethan Windsor. Look at the provisional results from Junior X30 Heat number 1. Aaron Richardson, George Edgar, Rocco Shenton, Freddie Wood, Sukmani Kira, top 5. Archie Rogers Tyler, Night Measures, Finley Hines, Enzo Butterazzi and Sam Mott, the top 10. Ahead of Finley Allen, Colby Patterson, Harry Myers and Orion Meta. In 15th position was Nathaniel Hodges, ahead of Joseph Davies, Jacob Nairn, Ethan Windsor, and then a lap down, Ollie Brunt and Exton Cook, with George Quinlan and Sebastian G failing to make the finish. And the SlipStream live chat. Welcome aboard John Mellor and Colleen Garth. Welcome to Six Treacle as well. Nice one, Treacle. Thank you very much for your support. And again, Motorsport Magpie, aka David Whitehouse, acting as the one-stop shop for all your chat, moderation and subscription issue-based needs. Next race, sitting there on the grid, this will be IAME Water Swift Inters, race number 7, on track now. 15 Water Swifts head up the hill, led by Chester Forks, the E-plate holder, Alfie Davidson on the outside of row number 1, Beaudette and Ilya Sami, Efan Owen and Dimitar Uzanov. The top 6 oozing with quality: Harry Favell, Teddy Higgs, Oliver Kleinfelter, Frank Morris. Even though he's only 9, he's up in the Inters, William Bennett and Max Frisbee. On the 6th row of the grid, Travis Giddings, Archie Johnson and Reggie Chandler. The pint-sized Reggie Chandler still has some of the best karting merch in the entire paddock. And watch, oh, somebody has gone off, and that is, it's a Fusion kart. And it is, I am getting told, the Fusion kart of Beaudette, last year's British Championship runner-up in Water Swift Restricted. And oh, the number 44 has gone as well. That's Archie Johnson, and he has beached that Charles Leclerc chassis. And the Marshal quick on the scene. So we should still get a start this time. And is it free to watch the finals? No, it's not. That's the point of SlipStream. And luckily, I can tell you about the point of SlipStream because we've got a false start. It basically, in a nutshell, you've seen the preview and promo video with Alpha co-owners Luke Austin and James Fitzhugh. It is Alpha Live's way of introducing an easier passage for clubs to get their race meetings televised with premium coverage due to SlipStream. And you watch the heats for free, and you can still watch the finals for free, but only next Sunday. So you get 7 days to watch them over and over again for your SlipStream membership pass or your SlipStream subscriber pass, as well as a lot of new content coming your way that will begin exclusively for SlipStream subscribers, but I can't tell you anything more about it. You'll find out. Hello to Gunther Betchold. And, oh, that's a nice untidy schmozzle. So we'll go around again. Don't forget, if you are less than impressed with your SlipStream subscriber pass, or why would you be less than impressed, you can cancel at any time. 1 monthly sub unlocks all SlipStream events, live and on demand. It's a rolling monthly pass, so you can cancel at any time. And don't forget, if you're using an iPhone, don't go to the YouTube app to subscribe, because Apple take an extra bit of money from us. From you. Not from us, from you. They don't give it to us, they take it for themselves. So go to subscribe via Safari on your iPhone. Right. 3rd time of asking. Hello once again to everybody. That is Lars Beckholt aus Fellinghausen. I think that is Lars Beckholt is going out in Intermax, I believe. Minimax. This is Inter Water Swift. And oh. Well, you know, you just got to let them go and deal with the penalties afterwards. That was not a great start formation, I have to say. Chester Forks has the race lead up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And from the outside goes the number 26, that white and green machine of Ilyas Sami. And Ilyas is back in 5th position now. Make that 6th position side by side. No, Ilyas holds off the attack from Dimitar Uzanov, the number 62 Birol ART kart. Uzanov one of the well, you've got two drivers here in Beaudette and Dimitar Uzanov, who for my money were the two of the standout rookies in the British Kart Championship across all divisions last year. Oh, and that's going to be treacherous for that driver that ran very, very wide, coming out of the final corner. Oh, you can see the number 82 of Harry Favell, almost the back end, just wanted to step out. Here comes Uzanov, and Dimitar Uzanov picks up 4th position. Meanwhile, Effan Owen and Alfie Davidson have been having a good scrap together. Effan Owen for the Excel Motorsport team. Oh, somebody there. There's the Charles Leclerc kart of Max Frisbee, novice privateer, out of the race, very sadly. But Chester Fawkes, who just consistency has marked his kart championship career, won a lot of finals, but has finished on the podium, you know, a lot more times. Finished second and third more times than he's finished first. Has Chester Fawkes. Wants to finish first here. Alfie Davidson has other things in mind. Effan Owen in the number 27 kart, now beginning to fade ever so slightly, and Effan is being caught by these three drivers: Uzanov, Batch, and Ilias Sami. Harry Favell has dropped to 7th with Teddy Higgs, Frank Morris, Oliver Kleinfelter, William Bennett, Travis Giddings, and Reggie Chandler up next. Now, we've got 15 entries. No, actually, Max Frisbee is still running. It's another, it's Archie Johnson who has retired. He's the driver of the Charles Leclerc chassis that we're seeing at the side of the circuit in the Marshall Post. That's because he was the driver that spun on the outlap in the same kart. Now it all makes sense, Henry. It's only taken me 45 years to learn stuff. Out of Ashby's, up the hill towards Wilkins. Fawkes. That danger karting graphics. Danger, danger. Fawkes into Oziers, and Alfie Davidson inching up towards Chester. Still having to be very circumspect when it comes to making moves offline. You could see Ilias Sami, you know, when he turned into the boot there was suddenly he turned and it gripped, and then it didn't for a moment, and then it gripped again. So, track conditions, there might be a few little weepers. They're known as you know, the seams of the tarmac squeeze out nuts, bits of water, and even the track is dry, you can get these, yeah, they look like little weeps of tears. And we've got a battle for the lead. Davidson. Davidson denied by Chester Fawkes. But I don't think that Alfie Davidson is done yet, because he made that first inquiry, as it were, with 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go, which means that he's not overly concerned about not making the first attempt stick, because he knows that he has got the pace to close in and re-catch Chester Fawkes. Look at the drive he gets out of Oblivion through Fine Lady. That's an outstanding corner from Alfie Davidson. Takes the race lead with ease from Fawkes. He just was able to get the kart rotated through Oblivion. Oblivion or Crook, one or t'other, into Oziers. And Davidson he's just having a quiet little, he's not looking over his shoulder, he's just sort of half glancing and then using his peripheral vision just to see whether Fawkes was setting up a move going into the boot there. As they start, lap number 7 through Crook, Oblivion, out of Oblivion, up towards Fine Lady. Chester Fawkes. He's not been dropped, but he's certainly not as fast as Davidson. If Davidson doesn't make a mistake, then he doesn't need to defend already. Fawkes trying to put the pressure on through Ashby's, but Davidson again, that sort of casual half glance. And he's not looking to see exactly where the kart is, he's just looking to see roughly on the track where Fawkes is positioned, because that will then tell Alfie what Chester's intentions are into the next corner, in terms of, is he going to try and move going into the corner, or is he trying to set up a move to get the run out of the corner. That was a full look over the shoulder from Davidson as we start lap number 8. And here's the battle for third place. Efan Owen, the Welshman, side by side. The DK team, and that is Ilias Sami into third position. Very good move there from Ilias. And so they're battling behind the top 4. We've got a big gap back to Dimitar Uzanov, Bodie Batch and Harry Favell fighting over 5th position. And then a huge gap back to Teddy Higgs in 8th position. And we've got 14 drivers still running. Max Frisbee, the only retirement so far. Reggie Chandler, I think, dropping to last, has gained a few places. He's back up to P11. But the clock has struck 0. And the final lap board goes out. Fawkes, has he saved anything for Davidson? I have to say, it looks unlikely at this point. But you never know when Chester Fawkes has a little bit of magic hidden up his very suit sleeve. Good corner from Fawkes, not good enough. Davidson affords himself a long look over the shoulder to be absolutely sure of Fawkes' whereabouts. And again, just making sure that he doesn't have to unnecessarily defend, although Fawkes trying to force the issue regardless. He's not going to make it happen, though. Through the final chicane, Alfie Davidson beats Chester Fawkes by 0.3 of a second. A shake of the head from Ilias Sami as he crossed the line. And we should be pleased with that, because he made the move on Efan Owen and then pulled away as Owen finishes 4th, ahead of Uzanov, Batch, Harry Favell, Teddy Higgs, William Bennett and Travis Giddings crossing the line in 10th. There's Reggie Chandler just beating Oliver Kleinfelter. That was your second opportunity, brought to you by SlipStream, to read the results yourself. As we look to the background of the picture there, that's the sad sight of the number 44 kart, not Max Frisbee, number 44 kart of Archie Johnson being retrieved back to the pits. So we've had 7 races, only 13 more to go before the lunch break, so you've got 13 more races free on SlipStream, powered by Alpha Live. The next one of those 13 is Minimax. There is a very, very healthy Minimax field. Rian Townsend getting some support on line, and the SlipStream pass currently covers Wilton Mill Kart Club and Trent Valley Kart Club. Plus, of course, anybody else who wants to join. Here we go then. Out onto the circuit, Rian Townsend and Dimitar Uzunov doing the double, straight out of one into another. That's impressive. Isaac Garth and Jack Ford-Palmer are on row number 2, Flynn Grantham and Rudra Golkanath on row number 3. Hugo Torpy and Charlie Heffer are next, Thomas Laidler and Ethan Coupland, George Whiteman and Riley Blakemore. Honda Cadet champion moving up, Noah Hammond, the younger brother of Aidan Hammond. Saiki Komatsu, Sam Fleming, Finley Thompson, Elsie Gannon and Jude Story. And still there are more, lots more. Jess Kirby, James Carver, Henry Algar, Hayden Wardle, Felix Millen Sexton and Jake Hansford. But it probably won't be, the number 71. As Aurelia Simpson, Arthur Kaiser, Billy Gromit, the aforementioned number 7 with TJ McLeish and Leyland Bradnam. And I'm just going to try not to get my entry lists all mixed up. By Webb, Jay Birmingham round out. Cracking 32 strong field. And it looks as though that Marshall has, got the number 71 card off the slippery stuff. Tyres are wet, but they do have traction, and they'll get that moisture and grass scrubbed off and join the back of the field. TJ McLeish, he was on the penultimate row anyway, so not far for him to go to get caught up. Scott Simpson. Oh, if you missed my voice, Scott, I would seek advice. Thank you very much for your support. Begs the question, I've been live streamed in 5 different countries this year. Where have you been, Scott? Dear me. Here we go then. Dimitar Uzunov, fresh out of one kart, straight into another. And that's going to be one of the easiest calls for a false start you're going to get all season. Now, Christine Jones says good luck to Riley. That would be Riley Blakemore, one would imagine. He's only just 10 years old too, for our third place starter, and that would be Isaac Garth. Now, try again. I have to say, usually when a driver's doing 2 classes, the club sort of puts a race between the 2, just to allow the event to run to timetable that little bit easier. But Dimitar Uzunov gets no such luck. He is straight out of one into the other. So he will have a much better knowledge of the instant track conditions. I wouldn't be surprised if Uzunov takes off at the start of this one. Even though everybody else has had 3 rolling laps, at race pace, Uzunov knows exactly where the grip is, and more importantly, where the grip isn't. Now we're into the tram lines, now the lights are out, now we're off and racing. And contrary to my prediction, Rian Townsend holds on to the lead. Uzunov second, now he has a little look to the outside, and Uzunov can be just that little bit more aggressive on that first lap of race speed down towards Ashby. Rian Townsend defends. Uzunov sits there, at the back of the pack. Somebody off, he's upset with that. And Uzunov had a little look going into Ozier's and almost got passed by Isaac Garth in the number, that's Jack Fulbrook-Hamer in the number, in the number 194 MLC Motorsport kart, who now deposes. Oh dear, that's why the driver was upset. We didn't see that from the initial angle, and that's because George Whiteman's kart is not white, it is very, very warm. because the wheels are all pointing in different directions. And somebody has gone off there. That is the number 25 car. Oh, another spinner coming out of oblivion. It's the number 44 kart. So Henry Algar going around as well. Oh, and we're not. Oh, he's. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hugo Torpy. That's what the marshals are there for, Hugo. You know, you don't stress off. You've just binned it, but you just dust yourself down. Think about how we're not going to bin it again and go again. And now Rian Townsend getting squeezed wide there by the number 87 of Isaac Garth. So Garth into P3. Townsend down to 4th. Then it is Flynn Grantham, Charlie Heffer, Finley Thompson. Is that Finley Thompson? I've never seen his name Finley spelled like that. F-Y-N-N-L-E-Y. Got to be different. More Scrabble points than any other way of spelling Finley, I would imagine. Noah Hammond is there in 10th position, and sadly, oh, Finley Thompson, I've just given him the commentator's curse, as he is spun out of 7th position. And will plummet down the order. There's the orange black kart of number 97, Thomas Laidler, behind Elsie Gannon for Ben Folland Motorsport. As we watch the lower echelons of the top 10, and now those drivers just outside the top 10. Well, Noah Hammond in the number 24 kart is 10th. Here we go. Dimitar Uzanov leads. And the number 194 of Jack Fulbrook Harmer, Isaac Garth, Rian Townsend, all following at a distance. Oh, the number 16 gets it all crossed up. Charlie Heffer is a novice. Now, a novice has got absolutely no right whatsoever being as far up the field as Charlie Heffer is. He's running 6th. The driver in 7th is last year's NSUK, Motorsport UK Honda Cadet British champion. Ethan Coupland, Noah Hammond, Elsie Gannon, Thomas Laidler, Saiki Komatsu are all behind the flying number 16 novice kart, Birrell ART. Very, very impressive stuff indeed. Now, of course, I wasn't here for qualifying yesterday. I mean, it's down, he's got an N next to his name, his number is black, and with there's a black plate with a white number, which signifies, you know, that he is a novice, and he is, well, he's 0.3 of a second behind Flynn Grantham. He's actually just at the back of this lead group. As you watch them go into Wilkins, 1, 2, 3. As Fulbrook Hamer, Harmer, a little bit sideways. There he is, the back of the screenshot. And the 5th position. Now Isaac Garth has another concerted effort into the boot, and I think Isaac is getting impatient. Oh, and that's, he doesn't want to overdrive it, and he just clipped the curb at the wrong angle and almost got spun around. It promotes Charlie Heffer into P5 up the hill side by side. There is Heffer trying to get past Isaac Garth, and actually no, Heffer is 4th. No, he's 5th. Oh, and there is the number 4, the number 74? 24 kart out of the, that was Noah Hammond. So bad luck for Noah, who didn't race with his brother in the Rotax Winter Trophy. Is racing here. Here's the battle going into the boot. It's the number 23, Rian Townsend, P4. Novice, Charlie Heffer, P5. I thought it was a Birrell. It's not, it's just a graphics kit that is a little bit Birrell-ish in terms of its colours. Although that looks like it might be a luminous orange, not a Birrell red. But they flash past. Oh, the back end. Well, he looks at home, does young Charlie Heffer, in these conditions. He's absolutely throwing the kart round. And in front of him, he's going to gain another couple of positions here, because Garth and Townsend seem intent on taking strips off each other. But just look at the confidence that number 16 driver has got over the curbs in these sort of, well, they're still damp-ish conditions. No fear whatsoever for driver number 16, Charlie Heffer. Gets a good run, but can't get alongside Isaac Garth as we go into lap number 8, 30 seconds to go. Oh, sideways, what a bit of snap oversteer, great kart control from Charlie Heffer. You saw the back end of the kart just hit a little patch of water on that painted curve, snapped sideways. Charlie Heffer caught it like a veteran, and yet he still sits on black and white novice plates. Here is Ian Townsend, followed by Garth. Out of Osiers, the clock strikes 0, and it's going to be last lap this time around. There is the last lap board. Dimitar Uzanov leads comfortably over Jack Fulbrook-Harmer by 1.13 seconds. There is Fulbrook-Harmer. There is Dimmy looking over his shoulder. And that will be worth a little bit of extra stress and running about. Racing in 2 consecutive grids. Racing in 2 classes is one thing, but there's normally a little bit of breathing space between the 2 races. Not for Dimmy. Out of one, straight into another, and he looks like he is going to come away with the victory by over a second from Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. Ian Townsend, Isaac Garth are next in line, but solid start to Minimax for Dimitar Uzanov. As the rest of the field cross line, a great 6th place finish for Charlie Heffer. Flynn Grantham didn't make it past Heffer at the end to finish in 5th position. So Heffer 6th, Jay Birmingham, great drive from Jay Birmingham, up into 7th position. There's Riley Blakemore finishing 9th. We saw TJ McLeish spin on the outlap. Well, he got himself going and finished 21st. And the number 132 of Byron Webb wants to get a little bit more coverage for his sponsors by spinning on the closing down lap. And a look at the very well populated balcony outside the restaurant area here at Wilton Mill. There is a look at your provisional finishing order from Minimax Heat number 1. 8 races down, 12 to go before the lunch break, and then for SlipStream subscribers, an afternoon chock full of main events. B-final in Junior Rotax. That's your first premium SlipStream live event this afternoon as you look at the remaining finishers. Dagger Thor Sigurdsson now in 27th position. And apart from Finley Thompson and George Whiteman, 30 out of the 32 starters made it to the end. Back to SlipStream subscriber premium live content. Race number 21, 22, 23, 24, yeah, there's a lot of races, 10 of them exclusive, and the longest ones as well. B final for Junior Rotax, and then the main events for 177 for Senior Rotax, for X30 Senior and Junior, for IAME Water Swift, for Inter Rotax Minimax, for Honda Cadet Junior Max, and for the combined Micromax and Water Swift restricted grid, because we have just 4 Water Swift restricted and 23 micros. These are not either of those 2 classes. These are the 4-strokes. This is Honda Cadet. This is up next on SlipStream, broadcast by Alpha Live. It has got a little bit more cloudy overhead since this morning when the blue shoots of a spring sky poked through briefly, just to remind us what a blue sky looks like. But we are back to, it's dry, it's not freezing, and the wind isn't blowing the paddock sideways. That's good for February, anywhere in karting, not just the UK. My colleague Andrew Mather has been to 3 events live this year. None of them have finished. They've all been abandoned. Rain, fog, and wind. All of Mother Nature's little help and hints, little tips and helps. Yeah, so he's been to 2 in the same weekend. Left Valencia last weekend when the Winter Cup got cancelled. Got back Saturday night, went to Shennington Kart Club last Sunday, and that got rained off as well halfway through. Brilliant. 2 countries, 2 race meetings, 2 DNFs for Andrew Mather. Mason Becker and Shailen Srikantan lead the Hondas at the hill. Marcus Cooper and Joshua Bailey are next. Oliver Ratton and Ben Bowers are your top 6. Jesse Bailey, Phoebe Shelton, Kyle Kerr, Oliver Vickers, Keen Delaney, Finley Thursfield, Krish Doshi, Freddie Williams, Cian Doherty, George Pickett, Felix Bessel and Albie Krosk. 18 drivers in total, although only 17 have appeared on my timing screen. Not sure who is missing or who is out there but without a transponder. It's not Shailen Srikantan, because there is Shailen Srikantan, the S plate holder. Like all the races, or all the heat races, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Just trying to see which, I've got 18, who may be missing or who is not on the timing screens. Well, there's Phoebe Shelton. Well, it's a mystery. We'll find out. With the driver who's not on the timing screen, please put his hand up. There we go. Mason Becker, the Project 1 Racing team. Shailen Srikantan for Martin Jackson Racing. This, of course, will be a standing start. Marcus Cooper looks like he has got a Haas race suit on. Does that mean he's on a Haas kart? One would assume. At the back, the number 71, Albie Krosk, lines up. So it certainly looks like we've got, do a quick hammer count, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 6, 8, 9. No, we've got 18 drivers, so somebody's transponder nah be working, bruv. Well, timekeepers will find out in short enough order who is maybe out there with a defunct or decharged transponder. It's not Mason Becker. There's the green flag. We look at the lighting gantry. 5-second board. Red lights on. Red lights off. Race underway in Honda Cadet. Good start from the number 11 car, Krish Doshi. Diving to the inside for the run into Crook. Oh, 2 drivers on the outside line coming through Oblivion. And it looks like it's Shailen Srikantan leading from Polson to Mason Becker as we rumble our way across the top of the hill down to Ashby's. Now, Srikantan, of course, even trickier in these conditions in the 4-stroke because, of course, you've got, much more torque, the drive out of the corner, which, of course, means that you're even, more susceptible to losing time because it takes time to build speed up in one of these 4-stroke Hondas. So at least the Honda drivers will be pleased that they're out in the driest conditions we've had so far today. Trecanton leads Becker, Cooper, Bailey, Bowers and Phoebe Shelton at the end of lap number 2. Keen Delaney is up 3 places to 8th position. Going the other way, Finley Thursfield, Jesse Bailey, both losing time. There's the number 84 car, Phoebe Shelton, having a quick nibble at Ben Bowers, going to Christmas corner. Bowers in the Project 1 chassis. Shelton on, can't quite see the graphics kit on Shelton's car. It's not an Ambition Motorsports graphics kit, is it? Well, we'll find out. The turquoise and pink looks almost like a Rollerson Performance Group tribute kart from the USA. It's not, it's Ben Bowers. And Ben Bowers, is that a privateer entry? Possibly is. There is the number 31 kart of Oliver Vickers. Another privateer doing very well indeed. Meanwhile, battle for second is on. Oh, and Mason Becker sideways coming through oblivion. This is going to open the door for his Project 1 teammate Marcus Cooper. But Cooper plays the team game. It's Project 1 chassis with a Haas race suit, just to confuse me further, for Marcus Cooper. Down towards Ashby's we go. They're dropping back from Trecanton, but they are keeping themselves out of harm's reach from the chasing pack, which is now, well, it was led by Phoebe Shelton. I think it might be led by Joshua Bailey now. We saw the drivers going side by side into Wilkins just a minute ago. Oh, look at that huge gaggle for 4th place on back. Top 3, there we go. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. That's the one group. Back to Kyle. No, it's back to 11th. It's 4th back to 11th. Bailey, Bowers, Shelton, Vickers, Kerr, Ratton, Delaney, and oh, that is a steamy exit for the number 4 car. No, that was the number 4. It was the number 11 car, Chris Doshi. Out of Ashby's, up the hill towards Wilkins. Ben Bowers continues to keep Shelton, Vickers, Kerr, Ratton. I think it is Kyle Kerr who has the transponder that has failed. So Kyle Kerr is the mystery 18th driver in kart number 14. He's running in 8th. As we watch Marcus Cooper now chasing Mason Becker, but he's not. Well, they've been working together, and credit to Marcus Cooper for trying to play the team game. At some point now, it's going to dawn on Marcus Cooper that he can push Mason Becker for 100 laps. Still not going to catch Shane Trecanton as the number 31 zip kart of Oliver Vickers runs a bit wide, cuts back across the front of Joshua Bailey, the number 81 kart. They all somehow managed to continue. Bailey dives back to the inside of Vickers going into Ashby. And there is the move for 4th place. Vickers actually going past Shelton. Behind Ben Bowers, who continues to run in P4, so it was a change for 5th. Or was it a change for 4th? No, Bowers is still there. Then it is the red and black number 22 of Oliver Ratton, who is in 5th position. Behind Ratton, Shelton, Bailey, Vickers, Delaney, Jesse Bailey, different spelling. And, well, I may have been a little bit too premature to write off Mason Becker and Marcus Cooper's chances of catching Shaylin Trecanton, because last time around they did identical lap times, 56.64 seconds, and oh, that's a move to the inside by Oliver Ratton. Ben Bowers, though, has the inside line for the run into Wilkins. Ratton tries the crossover. That's going to work a treat if Ratton can get the kart slowed down, which he can. And actually, Bowers was a bit fortunate not to lose another place to Phoebe Shelton. Oh, and he's going to lose. No, that's not Bowers. That was Shelton getting an assist from the number 81 of Joshua Bailey, who in fact has lost the place in the midst of all that to Keaton Delaney. as they cross the line. 1 minute 10 seconds to go. Sturch leads by 1.5 seconds. There is the number 84 of Phoebe Shelton up the hill. And the number 91 of Keen Delaney passes Shelton as the two Project 1 karts make their way out of Ashby's. Well, they could get 2 more laps in, I thought. Now, Shayla Trecanton on the previous lap, Becker and Cooper were quicker than Trecanton. Then Trecanton has responded by going 3/10 quicker than these two, who have now decided, yep, it's game over in terms of a battle for the win. So that means it's game on in our own inter-team battle for P2. But at the moment, Cooper has taken it and established a healthy little lead in that last half a lap. Just being assertive and making the pass, and then ensuring that not only did he make the pass, but it delayed Mason Becker. And side by side, Ben Bowers loses a place to Keen Delaney. Somehow they both managed to put Oliver Ratton back behind them. So Delaney has gained 2 places. They're 3 wide. And Shelton on the outside, just hanging on. You've got the number 22 of Ratton on the inside, through Ozier's. Oh, somebody gets spat sideways. I think that might have been Joshua Bailey, who loses the ground. Oh, and there's a piggyback by Shelton on Bailey. 3 wide, final chicane, and we emerge. Well, there's only 1/2 piggyback. To the midst of all that, we've got away quite lightly as we begin the final lap. This, on your screen, is now the battle for 7th place. Shelton is 7th. The number 30 car, Jesse Bailey, is 8th. Joshua Bailey, no relation, is 9th. Oliver Vickers rounds out the top 10, but they're all a long, long way behind Shaylan Trecanton, who has dominated this race almost from the word go. Yet to make his way past Mason Becker to start with, but has then commanded and established himself as the man to beat here in Honda Cadet. Checkered flag waves. S-plate holder Shaylan Trecanton is your provisional winner. Marcus Cooper and Mason Becker, P2 and 3. And this swarm crosses the line. Keen Delaney was eventually 4th, followed by Oliver Ratton, Ben Bowers, Phoebe Shelton, Jesse Bailey, Joshua Bailey. There goes George Pickett across the line. Freddie Williams. Next kart we should see will be the number 11. There's Chris Doshi. And now we wait a few more seconds. We've got 3 more to go. All 18 karts finished. There's the transponderless Kyle Kerr in 16th. And we'll take you through the full provisional results. Trecanton by 2.3 seconds over Cooper, Becker, Delaney and Ratton. Ben Bowers 6th, 10 seconds off the winning driver. And Phoebe Shelton, Jesse Bailey, Joshua Bailey, Oliver Vickers, Finley Thursfield, Cian Doherty, George Pickett and Freddie Williams. Chris Doshi, Kyle Kerr, and the last 2 drivers that we didn't see across the line, but they have made it home. Novice number 71, Albie Krosk, and number 4, Felix Bessel. Let's go and have another little look at the SlipStream live chat. Let's have a look. Well, in Rian, yes, great race, well done, kid, says Colleen Garth. Yes, it was a good race, the Minimax race. AFF Motorsport, racing at Orange Kart Club in Australia. Then there's a few more people. Oh, the transponder needs a coffee. Yes, Dirk, that is correct. Lights out and away we go. No, that's somebody else. That's not me. I tell you what I do. When the director tells me to, I go, here's your next race. Coming right up, it is combined Micromax and IAME Watersurf Restricted. Well, it's last couple of questions, of comments on the SlipStream live chat. Thank you very much for all your support, as always. Oh, look, blue skies. They heard themselves getting a mention on the SlipStream live chat. We thought, well, we've got the Gulfstream and the Jetstream up here. Let's get on the SlipStream a bit more by reappearing. Blue skies from Milo Taylor and Zach Andrew on row number 1. Will Wainwright and Hendrix Fallat on row number 2. Hendrix Fallat, the last Motorsport UK traditional Bambino Coma champion. Rio Pocock and Caden Hanley, Heath Smith, Charlie Cale, Oakley Howlett, Ralph Ewer, Logan Edwards and Teddy Hunter. Next, then it's Benjamin Schliever, Jack Gould, Cooper Galloway, William Ewer, Harry Riley, Lani Edun. Great to see Lani out with us. Jack Reed, Jonah Allen, Otley Stimpson, Teddy Shepherd, Hugo Senna, and Ollie West. Reggie Peters, Darcy Durnford, and Cole Parrish at the back of the grid. Oh, and out before we even get started, that is the number 63 of William Ewer. And I have to say, he was told to hurry back to the marshal post to get out of harm's way, and he listened, sprinting, gesticulating, trying to find his dad to say, what are you doing to my go-kart? It broke. Whilst at the same time listening very closely to the track official and running back to safety in the marshal post. Well done. Here we go, the surviving runners. Now, not often you see Rotax and IAME sharing the same race, but we are here. And no, we're not racing just yet. We are here. We are seeing them because they're both out there, both sets. Let's have a look. The IAME, you can see on the timing screens, there's an RMC for Rotax Max Challenge, and then IWSR for IAME Water Swift Restricted, next to the IAME Water Swift Restricted carts. Mixed on, are they mixed on the grid, or is it Ollie West, Darcy Durnford, Reggie Peters and Cole Parrish? Well, yeah, they are. Sorry, the order that I've got on my screen doesn't correspond with much of anything. I know that Zach Andrew is in cart number 28, and eventually the timing screen will all smooth itself out and it'll be perfect. But the number 67, Milo Taylor, the blue and white machine. Kart Republic graphics, here we go across the line. Wonderful formation, not, but we go anyway. Taylor leads. Oh, that's very, very striking. Is that Will Wainwright in the number 21 kart that you can see a mile off? That is a spectacular bright graphics. How to make best use of a very, very simple colour. Here are your 4 Water Swift Restricted. So they're doing 2 races within a race within a race. We didn't let them all go together. So that would be Ollie West, Darcy Durnford, and the other 2 IAME Water Swift Restricted drivers, Cole Parrish and Reggie Peters, in their own private battle. There they go across the top, being led by the number 4 kart of Ollie West. Here's the Micromax battle, and that number 21 kart, that Will Wainwright kart, is absolutely outstanding, have to say. Simple, bright, noticeable, effective, and guaranteed. The 15 karts flash by a commentator all in one go. A commentator naturally looks for the easiest ones to identify, and by Jove, yes, I just used the word by Jove, in the year 2026, by Jove, the number 21 kart is easy to spot. Third in this gaggle, not third in the race, because oh, and somebody's gone off in the park. Oh, it is the number 8 kart And, oh, it's another one of those really, really annoying drivers that has got a different number on their carts to what's on the entry list. Let's have a look down. We will find out who that driver was, because man does not have a number 8 at all on his list. It's not Zach Andrew, he leads. It's not Hendrix Falat, he is second. It's not Will Wainwright, because he is third. Milo Taylor is fourth. Then the first of the Richardson Chassis Engineering Machines, Heath Smith, in the number 18, the Origin Motorsport car number 666, Rio Pocock, Charlie Cale, Keith Caden Hanley, Logan Edwards, and Ralph Ewer. It was, there's still that number 8 cart. It was Reggie Peters, I believe, who's entered as number 98, who's had a little bit of a bath. And we're side by side. Here we go. Now this is the number 27, Darcy Durnford, battling with Cole Parrish for second. So these are your 3 IAME Watersurf restricted carts that are left after Reggie Peters' retirement. It's Darcy Durnford in the pink, Cole Parrish in the white and turquoise. And they're both some way behind Ollie West. But it doesn't matter, there's only 4 carts, or only 3 carts in a race. As long as the 2 battling for last have got someone to battle with, as long as the 2-cart battle for last, those 2 drivers learn an awful lot. Just about racecraft. Yes, it's for last, but that is irrelevant when you're starting out. It's all about learning racecraft. Now, what will Hendrix Falat have to do now he has worked his way into the lead past Zach Andrew? Will Falat have to defend, or will Wainwright pass Zach Andrew as well and set off and create a new lead battle? Now, the number 18 cart, that is the RCE machine of Heath Smith, the Richardson Chassis Engineering team. Now, Heath wasn't at the, there is Heath just getting passed there by Milo Taylor fourth. Heath wasn't at the Rotax Winter Trophy in Houston, Texas, but RCE were there, 2 drivers in Micromax. Oh no, Milo Taylor, that's another chain gone. Is that a chain, or is that a track rod arm? Because he suddenly went straight on. Couldn't or wouldn't turn. He's trying to press the gas, and there ain't no gas, which tells me that it was something fell off the rear axle like a chain. And the cart goes no further. As I was saying, Richardson Chassis Engineering, 4 wins out of 4 in the Rotax Winter Trophy. Arthur Rhodes, and of course the ticket holder, the ticket winner, but I'm not going to tell you about that because I'm going to save that for some upcoming new premium SlipStream content. This is a premium battle, even though it's not between premium karting teammates, it's between 2 Richardson Chassis Engineering teammates. It is for 4th position. Yellow flag waving briefly. That is still the stricken number 67 of our pole. It was our front row starter, Milo Taylor. Here are your top 3. Hendrix Falat, Zach Andrew, Will Wainwright. As they cross the line, a lot of free air between them. Then the 2 RCE teammates, Smith and Hanley, followed by Charlie Cale in cart number 12. Then it's the 666 Origin cart of Rio Pocock, Logan Edwards, Cooper Galloway, Benjamin Schliever. The top 10, Hugo Senna is up into 40th, and Lani Eden doing a great job. Lani improving every time I see her. She is 15th at the moment. Here is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Here's the battle for 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Wainwright biding his time. You know, in February, I mean, Wainwright's he's done 2 things very impressively. So far, he's driven very impressively, and he's managed to keep. Now, if mud is going to show up on a graphics kit, it's going to show up on that graphics kit. And yet, Will Wainwright. Oh, and another mechanical issue. they're dropping like flies. That's the number 28 of Zach Andrew out of the race, just as Will Wainwright passed him for second place. Andrew simply pulled off at the side of the circuit, out. And now here's the battle for third. Smith, Hanley and Cale down the hill. Charlie Cale in the number 12 kart, trying to work his way around the two RCE drivers, although that's tapped to the back of the helmet from Caden Hanley, is telling Heath Smith, look, just follow my crash helmet. As looks like Hendrix Falat, as the clock strikes 0, has got a comfortable advantage. In fact, almost, it looks as though Will Wainwright has eased back. He had his eyes on second place for the whole race. He's got that now. And he's seen just how easy it is to flick a chain off. Not once, but twice, 2 different times, 2 different drivers in this race. Here's the battle for third position. It's Caden Hanley soaring away at the steering wheel through Christmas Corner. There's Inkermans. What will Heath Smith do? Nothing. He tucks back into line. There is Charlie Cale behind him. As we look at, there's Hendrix Falat just coming into the boots. Yeah, I think that it was a mechanical failure from number 67, Milo Taylor as well, but that is irrelevant to Hendrix Falat, who takes the checkered flag and the victory over Will Wainwright, Caden Hanley, Heath Smith, Charlie Cale, Logan Edwards passing Rio Pocock there right at the end, Benjamin Schlevar, Cooper Galloway, and we wait for Oakley Howlett on the last lap, passes Harry Riley for the last place in the top 10. No sooner do the Water Swift Restricted and the Micromaxes leave the circuit, and incidentally, final bit of business, it was Ollie West who beat Cole Parrish and Darcy Durnford in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Next up, we're into the second round of heats, and we start them off with Junior Rotax. This will be the third of 4 Junior Rotax heats today. Each driver races in 2 heats. And at the end of these next 2 races, the 62 entries in Junior will be split into 2 groups. Those that have automatically made the main event, and those who haven't. And the drivers who haven't, well, they will be out in the first premium SlipStream subscription race after the lunch break, due to start at about 25 minutes past 2. So we will just quickly take a very, very short break while you watch the scene unfold from the pit lane. We'll be up and racing very shortly. peace and serenity of this Sunday late morning is ruined by a Welsh commentator. No, it's ruined by the karts heading out onto the circuit. Finlay Lines and Tom Reed go head-to-head on the front row of the grid for this one. Jacob Aston and Aidan Halland on row number 2. Ellis Dealey and Benjamin Lorne are next. Row number 4 is Alex Shepherd and Ryan Rapini, who was very, very mobile and active in the first heat. Joshua Robinson and Nelson Taylor. Nelson had a mistake or had a problem that dropped him down the order in race number 1. Alfie Ward and Miles Burton are next. Molly Mizzen and Daniel Adamitis on row number 7. Vantage Racing's Sam Aston, Noah Clare, Daniel Wisnowskis and Sam Green Gomez. We're hurrying up because now it's dry. They only get one rolling lap. Jensen Evans, Zane Perry, William Kidd-Glass, Miles Cleworth, Nishawn Marshall, Harry Myatt Waldron. Then Hugh Phillips, Jensen Walker, Harry Watson, Alexander Letsicki, Alfie Skitt, Jaden Payne, and starting shotgun on the field, Rupert Wakefield and Jack Corser. Here we go then. Thule Motorsport versus KR Sport on the front row of the grid. Lines hanging back. He'll have the run into Crook. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Lines has the drop on the rest of the field through turn number 1. And of course, these junior Rotax drivers were out at the worst of the conditions this morning. So the grip level for them will be radically different as they begin the second round of heat races down towards Ashby's. It's Lines from Reed and Jacob Aston. In fact, is that Aston, the number 21 kart? No. I genuinely think, ladies and gentlemen, I might need glasses. Because man's squinting an awful lot. It's not the number 21 in second. Of course it's not. It's the number 219. Oh, there's the number 213. You can see that very, very clearly. And that is game over. Beached in the mud for number 213. Aston doing a sterling job in second position. As we head up towards Christmas Corn and across the top there is the yellow flag waving for the sadly departed number 213, who is Rupert Wakefield. The back of the field is now sat in the field, having spun his go-kart into the field and off the track. Here is the battle for second place. Well, Jacob Aston, a driver that I have to say I'm not overly familiar with, but he's impressing me because he's holding off last year's Rotax Grand Finals Minimax champion of the world, Tom the Farmer Reed. That's the Vantage Motorsport team, or just Vantage. Well, he's now at a disadvantage because Reed has passed him, but Aston's still holding on to a very creditable third position. Benjamin Lorne passes Aidan Hammond for fourth position. Hammond back to fifth. Ryan Rapini, Ellis Dealey and Nelson Taylor are next in line. Taylor starting his second full season on the Nationals Tour with the Thule Motorsport team, and he is up into 8th position at the moment. Robinson and Adamitis round out the top 10. Well, Tom Reed does not seem to have anything for Finlay Lines, who is romping away with the lead here up towards Christmas Corner. There goes Lines, and already more than 2 seconds in front of everybody else. We're only starting lap number 4. Now, I think that Aston may get a little impatient if Reed doesn't pick up the pace. He had a nibble at him there going into Ashby's. Just, a little reminder to, Tom to get his head down, push on, or else Jacob Aston might be forced to take action into his own hands. Lorne. Could be a very close watching brief. Rapini and Hammond are next. And, there is 3 wheels on the wagon, and that's Miles Burton, Cato Motorsports driver. Wheelless. Well, one wheelless. The Reliant Robin of go-karts gets... he's got the tyre in his hand. He's got the broken tyre in his hand. He's got his broken tyre. Never mind all that. Here's Benjamin Lawn taking it to Jacob Aston past the stricken three-wheeled cart side of the circuit. And I have to say that Lawn, smart move there from Aston. Lawn looks a lot quicker. I mean, look how much I think that may be the 219 cart of Jacob Aston has cooked its tyres, because he's fading very, very quickly, and we're just over half distance. So rocket ship in the first half, and now we're on the struggle bus in the second half of the race. The number 56 of Rapini, the 251 of Aidan Hammond, they also close in. Lawn sets his sights on Tom Reed as the list of drivers watching from marshal posts increases on an almost lap-by-lap basis, because we've now lost Joshua Robinson as well. Alfie Ward is out of the race, in addition to Miles Burton and Rupert Wakefield. Third, fourth, fifth, 6th and 7th, and now Aidan Hammond passes, this is 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Hammond now in front of Aston. Rapini, Dealey and Taylor next in line. There's Nelson Taylor, and that retro style, lovely retro style crash helmet of tall Ellis Dealey. Put to the sword by Nelson Taylor, who now sets off after the Kiddix cart of number 56, Ryan Rapini. But up at the front, 90 seconds, just under 90 seconds plus a lap to go. Finley Lines. Easy as you like, cross the start-finish line. Reed and Lawn. Lawn's not given up hope yet of catching Tom Reed. 1 minute to go. No one's going to catch Finley Lines unless Finley does something to himself. Here's a good battle further back in the pack. There's the number 11 cart. That's Jack Corser. Now Jack starts at the back of the grid, and he's already moved up to 22nd. He just passed me Sean Marshall there. Or Sam Green Gomez becomes the 5th retirement of the race, and Sam is forced to pit with some sort of mechanical issue. I don't know what it is, but he's been given the mechanical flag in the number 77. And he is, well, he's not showing up on my... Oh yes, he is. He's in 11th position. He's about to not be in 11th position anymore. He's about to drop all the way back to what is 29th position. Everyone else. Oh, and there's the number 77 running off track. Oh no, what a disaster. Oh, he's out of the race anyway. And now he's properly binned it. So he managed to spin off before he took the mechanical flag. Oh, that'll give the race director an interesting conversation to have. What came first, the mechanical flag or the breakdown? There's number 27 car, very smart machine of Daniel Wisnowskis, who was directly behind Green Gomez, who is now sat in the greenery from the banking, watching the last lap of this race unfold, and it's unfolding just how Finley Lines planned it. Lead, pull away, dominate, not worry about having to defend on the last lap, because he's 3.5 seconds up the road through the boot. Another exemplary performance from the new Finley Lines KR Sport combination. What will they achieve together this year? Future looks bright, has to be said. Tom Reed and Benjamin Lawn finish 2nd and 3rd. Then Aidan Hammond, Ryan Rapini, Jacob Aston holds on to 6th. Very, very good on clearly what was a kart that was set up to start the race very quickly. And then, you know, if not fade, plateau out. And Aston, good job of hanging on. Let's have another look at the SlipStream live chat. Are the KZs on the schedule today, says Toria. No, unfortunately, the KZs are not here. There is a support cheering on Arthur Way, says Thomas Ray Huito. Yes, Colin Garth is agreeing. Sadly, there's no KZs on the timetable. We've got 241 other drivers, though, to keep you entertained. There is the top 14 provisionally of Junior Rotax Heat 3. And that's the walk onto the track that you never want to do as a mechanic with your trolley, because that means your wagon hasn't made it back unscathed at the end of the race. Lines read Lorne Hammond, Rapidi, Aston, Dealey, Adamitis, Samuel Aston and Nelson Taylor top 10. Shepherd, Wisnauskas, Misen and Jensen Walker are up next, followed by Jensen Evans, Noah Clare, Zane Perry, Harry Watson, William Kidd Glass, Miles Cloweth, Jack Corser, Harry Waldron, Nishon Marshall, Jaden Payne, Alexander Letsicki, Hugh Phillips and Alfie Skitt. Thank you, Max Bird, who is appreciating the coverage. Max is doing well with his racing endeavours. And yes, thank you, Sam Morris. I am genuinely going to consult somebody about my decrepit eyes. I could just blame the sticker manufacturer for not making the numbers big enough for me to see. But we will fight on today. It looks like, was that just manhandling their trolley onto the track? That looks like Greg's on legs. Surely not. Is that Henry Gregory? Looks like him. If it's not, apologies to whoever I've just accused of looking like Henry Gregory. Dearly me. Now it's even harder to get the narrow plastic rear wheels of said kart trolley onto the very muddy underfoot conditions with 100 kilos of go-kart sat on top of it. Here we go. Next race up will be the 4th and final Junior Rotax Heat of the day. The last Junior Rotax race that non-SlipStream subscribers can watch before next Sunday. Oh dear, that's not gone well. That's the number 77 of Sam Green Gomez. You understand why he was getting the mechanical flag. Because said side pod was no longer attached. But at least we get a bit of coverage of your dad having... Well, at least his dad's... Someone's made a mistake there and not bolted the side pod on properly. I'm guessing the fact the driver's pushing the kart, that it was the one... You had one job, driver, one job. Attach your side pod. And you didn't. Here we go then. It's Junior Rotax Group C versus Group D up next. We are now... This will be 11... Well, we've got 11 races. This is race 12 of a 20-race morning programme, free to air, 20 races. And then the finals and B-finals, all part of SlipStream's premium content, brought to you by Alpha Live. Engines are fired, and it's going to be a very quick rundown to the grid because we're only getting one rolling lap now. Max Wheatley and Teddy Cooper, row number 1. Kartik Commentators, Finn Davenport, row number 2, Jensen Chalk and Logan Hartshorn on row. Is there anyone related to John Hartshorn? British GT Championship driver. Archie Ray Watson, Ben Morgan, Jacob Kent and Arthur Way. Arthur's getting plenty of support online. Bertie Hodgson and Liam Crosby are up next. Odysseus Hall, Tyler Mason Gray, Barnaby Grubb, Harley King, Christian Kiahov, Oliver Peters. Down to 18th on the grid. 19th is Joseph Baxter, and Ronnie Jones rounds out your top 20. Harrison McNeely, Ryuma Komatsu, Oliver Hutchins, Mr. Bishop. Then it is Theo Roberts, Aidan Donnelly, Harrison Bishop, Finley M. Cass, Lily Catignon, and Leo Basterfield. 30 drivers on a dry track into the final corner, and lights are out. We're off and racing into Crook and Oblivion. It's a clean start for Max Wheatley, the red and white machine. There's a good start from Jacob Kent, one of the Dave Edwards racing drivers. Novice plates, battling away in the thick of the snarling pack. Oh, somebody gets shown the stage door, exit right. Going across the top there, and they lose a bit of ground, but manage to keep it on the prepared surface. Wheatley from Jensen Chalk, MLC Motorsport team. Chalk up from 4th on the grid to P2 early on. Then it's the number 79 kart of Teddy Cooper. Is that Kartik Commentators in kart number 95? Next in line, it certainly is Archie Ray Watson, up into 5th position. Then Finn Davenport. And Jensen Chalk has Max Wheatley in the crosshairs, and great opportunism from Teddy Cooper. Jensen Chalk opens the door, and Teddy Cooper sees the opportunity. Bosh, straight in. Not Bosh, Bosh, isn't it? Anyway, down the hill towards Osiers, we see Chalk now just pull away with the greatest respect to his nearest rivals. He should, being an ex-Micromax Grand Finals champion, an ex-Dubai O-Plate champion, won 2 rounds of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge back in January at the Dubai Kartdrome. As I say that though, Teddy Cooper goes, "I care not about your achievements, Mr. Chalk, I am coming back through." And he does so. Now Jensen will have to show Teddy Cooper just why he wears the Team UK race suit. Because you can't just go and buy one off the shelf. Now, into Osiers. Just under 5 minutes to go. Very, very early stages of this one. Plenty of time for Jensen to suss out his rival Teddy Cooper, just to see where Cooper is better than him, where he is better than Cooper, and where, more importantly, is Cooper susceptible to being overtaken. Still, you've got to be careful coming out of Oblivion, because those curbs are just so treacherous, and they will remain so for some time. There's number 91 of Finn Davenport. Well, getting it a little bit wrong going into Christmas Corner, and then having to back out of it completely because Max Wheatley has dropped down the order. So actually Davenport wide goes through, then runs wide. Now it's side by side. Jacob Kent, Ben Morgan, Logan Hartshorn all in the mix. Sideways by the novice. That's the second time that I've seen a novice driver have a huge save from what was almost certainly shaping up to be a tasty little accident. Well done, Jacob Kent in P9 for not turning that moment into something major. And Jensen Chalk has now been passed by the number 95 kart of Kartik Commentators, who has just set the fastest lap of the race. The Indian driver, 48.65, 3/10 quicker than Chalk last time around. Commentators is now marching up to the race leader. Teddy Cooper your time at the front may be limited. If Commentator can keep hold of the momentum, don't lose it, don't fall into just running at Cooper's pace. Out of oblivion, there's Chalk a little bit wide, I'd say. Bit surprised at Jensen's total lack of mid-race pace, but he's lacking mid-race pace. There's no other way to say it. Archie Ray Watson in 4th position. Then a long gap back to Logan Hartshorn in 5th, and another big gap back to Finn Davenport, Ben Morgan, Max Wheatley, Jacob Kent, Oliver Peters, who round out your top 10. The top 4, meanwhile, are getting closer and closer. We have 2 minutes to go, which is plenty. Do we need to go to a different platform for the SlipStream finals? There will be a new video will appear on YouTube, so you'll need to open a new video, a new live stream, live broadcast. So should I say as Kartik Commentator, that's one attempt at the race lead, one attempt rebuffed by Teddy Cooper. Still 90 seconds plus a lap to go. And lap number 95, that graphics kit is unfamiliar to me. I will have a quick see. Is there a team next to it? No, I'm assuming it may be a privateer entry, although it looks like there's a team name emblazoned somewhere on that side pod. To say the timing software doesn't put the teams down as a matter of course, which is a little bit of a pain, but there we go. And now, team or no team, that wagon from Kartik Commentator is rapid. Through Christmas Corner, now across top Inkermans, down the hill. Chalk and Watson aren't completely out of this one yet. But time is ticking, 45 seconds to go. Out of Osiers. Cooper, Commentator, gap. Chalk, Watson, big gap. Hartshorn, bigger gap. Davenport, Wheatley, Morgan, Kent, Peters. 30 seconds to go. Next time around, it'll be the last lap board. So 2 more circuits here at Wilton Mill for Kartik Commentator to try and do something about Teddy Cooper, who, despite the lengthy racing CV possessed by Jensen Chalk, fought back when Chalk passed him, and has then disappeared up the road. Well, not completely up the road, he's up the road from Chalk. He's not up the road from Kartik Commentator, who will see the last lap board go out and be in with a legitimate shot at a potential heat victory. Here we go. This is the battle further back for 6th position. No, 7th position. That is number 13 of Ben Morgan, who has 7th place. And the number 212 of Max Wheatley, who wants 7th place. Meanwhile, up at the front, last lap board has gone out. One more time up towards Christmas Corner. Oh, Kartik Commentator's giving it everything he can. Black crash helmet, black race suit. Kartik Commentator from India down towards Ashby's. Can't make anything happen going into Ashby's. Good, solid driving from Teddy Cooper. Not overthinking it, not getting too unnecessarily defensive, not getting into his own head and making silly mistakes. Oh, speaking of which, there's 2 karts locked together in a lover's tryst. Meanwhile, the leaders coming out of the final corner to start a long run to the checkered flag. Cooper wins it by 0.18 of a second over Kartik Commentator. And as I look down the order, where those 2 drivers that went out of the race at the end, didn't see them. It was Arthur Way and Barnaby Grubb coming to grief. But Teddy Cooper, strong win. Kartik Commentator, fastest lap of the race, 47.92 seconds. Very impressive indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a long morning stretch means that I've had to employ what's a minimum of a 3-stop strategy for me. 1 bladder, 1 chocolate, and 1 nicotine. Let's not beat around the bush and make things up. It's a fact of life. But 1 of each so far. We've still got 2, 4, 6, 8 races to go. This might even be a 4-stopper, ladies and gentlemen. Not quite sure what's going to hit me first. The requirement for a second nicotine-based stop, a second chocolate-based stop, or a second bladder-based stop. Who knows? Drama all over the place. As the green flag waves, here comes the 177s. Senior 177, that is, of course. And your starting lineup: Harrison, Crook and Reg Haywood. Haywood looking for better fortunes in this race than earlier on. Joshua Gollan and David Mitchell. Adriel Ngois, Rob Ellis, your top 6. Next up, Jack Taylor, Finley Cross, Jaskaran Narwhal, Rob Simpson and Elliot Kennedy. From just the 11 drivers, not the, well, it's the smallest grid running their own race. There are only 4 Water Swift restricted, but they are in with the Micromaxes. So this will be another 7-lap heat race. Good luck to Jack Taylor, says Vinnie Chapman. For once, Vinnie is actually watching karting, probably from home, not from his school. Here we go, lights out, we are off and racing. Into turns number 1 and 2 is a Coles racing car mid-pack, getting a little bit of a hip and shuffle. Now there's a slippery surface flag waving up on the approach to Christmas Corner. Because there's 1 kart that possibly has left the contents of its radiator all over the track. Because of course, you know, that's what Josh Collin does. You know, you see a slippery surface flag going up towards the hardest hairpin on the track, so what you do, sling it to the outside, try and do a Slim Shady for the race lead. And didn't quite work out that way, but likewise, he didn't throw it off on radiator water. Now, of course, under a slippery surface flag, you can overtake. You know, it's not a yellow flag. It is a warning the drivers there's a slippery surface, but it doesn't mean that you cannot overtake. Now the slippery surface flag has gone in because maybe the water on the track wasn't as bad as people initially envisaged it being, as Reg Haywood passes David Mitchell for 3rd place, with Rob Ellis and Jack Taylor next in line. 2 leaders. Here's Josh Gollan to the inside. Oh, cocks a wheel in the air. 3 wheels on his wagon. Well, there's 4 wheels on his wagon. Only 3 of them touching the tarmac as he takes the race lead. Crook fighting back straight away, however. Now, according to the timing screen, there are still 11 karts running, which, in my mind, is impossible, considering that 1 of them's off. And there's the answer. No, there's 11 karts still going, so who's minus the water there? Mystery. Mystery indeed. We will try and get a number check on that. Our Alpha Live crew out on track. As to the there's 11 senior Rotax 177 entries. I'm getting utterly confused and distracted, and it's taking the focus away from this battle. This is the battle for 3rd place between Reg Haywood. Oh, and David Mitchell almost takes out the flip-flop on the curve. It's the 2nd time that flip-flop has stared instant flip-flop death in the face today. As we head up towards the corner, through Inkermans. Oh, you see Jack Taylor in the number 8 kart really hustling this Lando Norris machine down towards Ashby's. But Harrison Crook is doing everything he needs to do just to keep Reg Haywood at bay. Oh, Cook wasn't particularly tidy going into the boot there, have to say. This is going to give Haywood a chance. Can Reg Haywood get alongside Harrison Crook? The answer is no. The TH Corsa driver leads the field up towards Christmas Corner once again, this time on lap 5. Gollin, Mitchell, Taylor and Ellis. Well, it's now just Gollin, Mitchell and Taylor who are tracking the two leaders. Rob Ellis starting to fade back. There's a change. New leader, Reg Haywood. Coles Racing, kart number 37. Cross. And Crook is now going to try the undercut coming out of the boot, and Haywood is back them all up. And suddenly we've got a 5-kart battle with the race lead. 3 minutes to go. Oh, Josh Gollin just gets his left-hand tyres into the divots and the water. Coming out of the final corner, hangs on to it. Jack Taylor. Remember Jack Taylor. Now, something to do with, now, Rye House springs to mind. Jack Taylor's base, or some of his formative years of the family to lock down at Rye House, because Jack Taylor always had that Le Mans Steve McQueen Porsche 917 Golf crash helmet style. And going back to, must have been about 2010, 2011, when Jack was a mini and a junior, racing in Stars. And of course, I could be getting him mixed up with a completely different Jack Taylor, or in fact somebody else called Taylor who wore Golf liveried crash helmet. I've already established that my decrepit 45-year-old eyes need replacing. How many brain cells need replacing? Well, they're at a premium on my end, I tell you. Here we go into Wilkins. There are your two leaders. Here are your 4 pursuers. Mitchell, Taylor, Gollin and Ellis. So Rob Ellis has managed to stay with this second group. Here's the leaders. Haywood understeering a little bit into the boot, but Crook nowhere to go. Across the start-finish line with almost a shimmering heat haze, almost, as Gollin to the inside of Taylor. Meanwhile, side by side for the race lead. Haywood has it. Crook wants it. Crook is gonna take it coming out of Ashby's. Oh, he does the up and under. Proper Gary Owen. Don't talk about rugby. Oh, gosh. Crook, with 55 seconds to go, leads. What can Reg Haywood do now? Well, he's got to get his head down. First of all, get a good run through here. Haywood has always been good through this part of the track. Now, will Crook extend his advantage through the fast sections? It doesn't look like. In fact, Reg Haywood is quicker than Crook through the fast sections. He's right there coming up the hill, but can't find the extra confidence he needs to outbrake the race leader, Harrison Crook. It would be an almighty effort, I have to say, on the break. Oh, Crook's almost going to lose it himself. He gets in the water coming out of Ashby's. He puts a wheel offline. That is the difference between perfection and disaster. But you know what? Crook's not done yet. He's thinking, right, okay, my bad. That was on me. It's on me. But I'm going to come back, retake the position before the excess water has even been spat off those tyres. Now we're on to the final lap. Now Haywood, who says, you've got no right to overtake me 3 corners after you put it in a puddle. So Haywood's going to try the outside line. Oh, and he misses the apex. He tried to go too wide into the corner. Couldn't get the kart slowed down on the apex. And Harrison Crook doesn't need to defend into Ashby's. So Haywood was out of it. Crook defends unnecessarily. Haywood's now back in it. Down towards Ogiers for the final time. And Harrison Crook doesn't get a great run. Haywood's got a great run. 3 to go. Haywood's going to try and squeeze a 177 kart alongside another 177 kart from the tightest corner in British karting. Can't quite do it. And Harrison Crook hangs on. Reg Hayward, a strong second. In fact, an excellent race there between Crook and Hayward. Josh Gollin and David Mitchell were third and fourth. Rob Ellis eventually faded back to fifth, as did Jack Taylor. Comes home P6. Adriel Ngois, Rob Simpson, Elliot Kennedy, Finley Cross. Sadly, just Karen Narwhal. Kart minus radiator. Oh, no, Jessica Narwhal also finished. Which begs the question, is that the kart from a previous race still off the side of the circuit? Because I've got 11 names on my entry list. You can see 11 names there, having completed all 10 laps. And yet, there are this. Who was that jogging? Yeah, it might have been, you know, that might be from the previous junior race, and the kart was just so far away that they said, well, we're going to get the next race out, stay on timetable, because it's a wee bit cramped, the timetable. And you could go and get your broken down go-kart at the end of that race. Race number 13 is up next. No, it's race number 14 up next. It's Senior X30. No, it's not. It's Senior Rotax. Oh, my goodness me. Mr. Rotax gets the class wrong. Oh. It's definitely Senior Rotax. And it's up next. The sight of a forlorn, broken wagon on its trolley, heading back to be hopefully mended, fettled and fixed before either the final or the repechage, although in a time where you're doing 2 heat races and you don't finish one of them on a 62 kart field, 1 DNF is almost certainly a trip to the repechage. As we wait, the mechanics and parents standing behind the kart, the drivers all focused, looking forward to be given the signal to start the second and final Senior Rotax heat race number 14 of the programme this morning. Of course, this is race number 14 of the 2026 Wilton Mill Kart Club Winter Open Cup, brought to you by SlipStream by Alpha Live. There is the signal. And out on the circuit come our 31 Senior Rotax drivers, led by Louis Weaver. Starting alongside Louis, Finley Jones, Miles Roby and Callum Sims are next. Charlie Neve and Alfie Thompson, hopefully with the transponder working. On row number 3, Ethan Martin and Mikey Walker are next. Will Forber and Drew Preisner. Very impressive run in heat number 1 for Drew. George Cole and Luke Richards are next, followed by Daniel Kilpatrick, Noose Suffer Leathers, Kieran Edson, Ruben Mamalok, Freddie Leppenwell, Kieran Ives. They're going to come thick and fast now. Jake Fisher and Connor Tubby round out your top 20. Jarrett Metters, Bikal Islam, Ryan Hedge and Molly Griffiths, the top 24. And the final 3 rows, Carl Dickens, Daniel Kiahov, Taylor England, Isaac Reynolds, Gastia Lakar and Matthews Jedwabny. 30 drivers, 7 minutes. Weaver on that CKR kart for the GMS karting team. That is George Whitbread racing the outside of the front row with Finley Jones. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Into turn number 1, Jones gets pushed back to 4th. He gains one of those places back, coming out of oblivion as Callum Sims, I think that was. Oh, was that Sims? It was the Tony kart. It was Charlie Neve, actually. who briefly got up into third, now slips back to fourth again, fourth or fifth, I think. Oh, at the back of the field, somebody has a spin coming out of Inkermans. Everybody else avoids the spinner as Jones already a long way behind the two leaders. I think it's Miles Roby up into P2. Louis Weaver continues to lead. Then a long gap back to Jones, Neve. Behind Charlie Neve, it is Callum Sims, Alfie Thompson, Ethan Martin, Mikey Walker, Drew Preisner, and Daniel Kilpatrick. That's your top 10. Weaver disappearing up the road. Now at the back, and there is just somebody disappearing out of the race, and it was the number 25 kart of Will Forber. -1 exhaust, side by side. Oh, and Finley Jones either didn't see Charlie Neve or saw Charlie Neve and said, Charlie, you're not alongside me, I'm going to take the racing line. I'm taking the racing line. And Charlie Neve eventually decided, do you know what? He's taking the racing line. He's going to take the racing line when he backed out. That's just cooperation with drivers. You find a lot of incidents in karting could be avoided because one driver says, well, I'm taking the racing line, you're not alongside me. So what are you going to do? Are you going to brake or are you going to hit the grass? More drivers choose the grass than the brake. Then, of course, poses problems after the race. You all start screaming and shouting about, you pushed me off. There's a little bit of discretion, as speaking of lack of discretion, that was Daniel Kilpatrick just sending one from the Shadow Realm in on Drew Preisner for 9th place at Ashby's. Now, Jones is slowly catching Miles Roby and bringing company in the form of Alfie Thompson, Charlie Neve, Callum Sims, and Ethan Martin with Mikey Walker right there as well. That's back to 8th position. So Miles Roby, and there is Mikey Walker passing Ethan Martin. This is going to make Miles Roby a little bit nervous. He's not been caught by them yet. He's stuck a little bit in no man's land between race leader Louis Weaver and the encroaching pack of pursuers. Here is Jones, Thompson. Oh, Thompson, back end of the Evolution Racing number 187 kart steps out. That's not going to help. Thompson through the boot. Oh, yellow flags waving at post 7. Just saw that on the corner of your screens. Not sure why. I will try and see whose name is tumbling down the timing screen. And, well, there's 3.5 minutes to go, so we can have a quick look while you carry on watching the battle for 2nd place. I can tell you it was Connor Tubby who has now joined Mikhail Islam and Will Forber on the sidelines. And Juice Jedwabny has also just retired. So we're down to 25 runners now. Looking at the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. And now, Thompson. Well, that could have been tactical. It hasn't really, well, it has paid off for Alfie Thompson in terms of positioning. And Charlie Neve is, now they're all starting to send one in on Finley Jones. He's lost his momentum. He's lost his groove. He's on to the outskirts of the track, picking up a bit of mud and dirt and water and on his tyres, and he is now back in, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th position, just in front of Drew Preisner in the number 91, plain white crash helmet. Preisner is having another really strong performance, hasn't gained as many positions as he did in race number 1 so far, but he's showing the speed, the general speed of that kart at any given time is far greater than where it qualified. So Preisner has a piece today. Will it be good enough to challenge for the top 10 even the top 5. It's definitely the top 10, top 5, or even a podium. Well, we'll have to wait and see, because there is Alfie Thompson chasing down Miles Rowley just as Miles was getting caught, potentially swamped by the chasing group. That's when, yeah, Thompson started battling with Jones. Jones now back to the P8, and here comes Mike Walker in the Jack's Motorsport number 26. Mike Walker's just set the fastest lap of the race so far. And Walker, walking in a Walker Wonderland, is now up to 5th position. Put Sims back behind him as well, I believe. Roby running P2. There is Neve past Thompson for 3rd. And there's Walker in. That's Mikey Walker in P5 now. He's past Sims, past Martin. Preissner's up to 8th. Jones back to 9th. Louis, meanwhile, 3-4-8 up the road. Great move for 2nd. Charlie Neve takes 2nd. Alfie Thompson follows Neve through to take 3rd. Roby, after running in P2 virtually the entire race, with 20 seconds left of the clock, finds himself back outside the top 5 even. That would be a bitter pill to swallow. Well, still 10 seconds plus 1 lap to go, and the clock will strike 0 before Louis Weaver gets to the checkered the finish line. So this will be the final lap. Across the top goes Louis Weaver. Battles on the 2nd, however. Neve, Thompson, Walker, Sims, Martin, Paul and Miles Roby back to 7th. There's the move. Up on the inside curb goes Alfie Thompson, gets the job done. Walker capitalises. Mikey Walker looking to try and steal 3rd place from Alfie Thompson, but here is your winner, undeniably so. Louis Weaver makes up for previous disappointments, and before he gets to the lap traffic, takes the checkered flag. And in 2nd position, eventually holding on to P2, was Alfie Thompson. Passed, got P2 in the end. Mikey Walker 3rd, Callum Sims dropping back to 4th, Charlie Neve dropping to 6th, and Drew Preissner finishing in 10th place. Finley Jones was 8th. Peruse the full provisional results at your leisure now. You may notice, ladies and gentlemen, that I am inserting these pregnant pauses into the action quite deliberately. It's a strategy of mine, because what we need to do is we need to fill these very artistic track shots with content, pit lane interviews, driver updates, yes, cameras down on the grids, yes, we do. And how do we do that with SlipStream? Well, number one, by gaining more subscribers, so that we can pay said camera operatives to provide said pictures. But number two, advertisers. So we can split these long pregnant pauses, half between advertisers and half for the content that the advertiser is paying for. Advertising opportunities for SlipStream, brought to you by Alpha Live. Please email Alpha Live if you want to get your business on the new SlipStream coverage in 2026. Start what? Karting or watching? Oh, watching. Oh, hello. What have we got here then? Time to put him on a talent show then. Peter Bassett says hi. Right, there's a sting. We need a sting. It's going to be X30 Senior. I got horrifically distracted from the start of the X30 Senior race with karts going on track and introducing the sting because Pete the Basset Hound says hi. Hi, Pete. Matt Johnston and CJ Bennett. Well, Pete the Basset is watching those two. They start from the front row of the grid. Aaron Brown, Max Ewell, Sam Lewis and Jack Nettleship. Can we get a shout out to David Lives celebrating his 68th birthday? Happy birthday, David Lives. You should be in this race. Senior X30. Dayton Coulthard, Alexander Di Benedictis, Alex Wiley, Oliver Meek, your top 10, Liam Karabelov and Daniel Bridgen. And Patel, Anderson, Sales, Khan, Omar, Pikula, Masters, Brooker, Banks and Towers. Into the final corner. And cross the line, lights are out. Sorry, Vinnie Cunningham, calling you Vinnie Chapman. But whatever. Vinnie C, watching, not from school for once. Dayton Coulthard on the outside, gets a nose into the back of, couldn't quite see the driver, as we've got a battle for second behind Nat Johnston. CJ Bennett briefly had it, and now Sam Lewis to the inside. Well, Bennett has second, Lewis now to third. That looks like the number 175 of Max Ewell, who looks distinctly unimpressed. Sam Lewis in the premium karting machine runs very wide, understeers and gets swamped. Across the line, Johnson, Bennett, Ewell, Nettleship, Lewis, Coulthard, Benedictis, Brown, Meek and Patel. Oh, Lewis again. Well, how do we describe what Sam Lewis obviously knows his kart is good, so he's trying his best to not lose positions at the start of the race. Now, that means he's having to drive in a manner that's probably not pleasing those around him too much, as in massive dives into corners, parking on apexes, and then waiting for the nudge in the back of the bumper before you get going again. It's worked in terms of it's kept Sam Lewis in fourth place, but he's in fourth place 3 seconds behind these two drivers. And that is the problem that you face when you're diving in, and crossing over each other corner after corner. The leaders, who are not doing any of those things, are suddenly so far up the road, they are mere coloured specks on the horizon. And in a 7-minute plus 1 lap race, that is no good if you are trying to gain ground from the mid or the back of the starting lineup. Here is Johnson and Bennett. Very, very calm between them. Bennett having a look to see where Max Ewell is. The answer is 1.5 seconds further back. Bennett, Mark Litchfield Racing Team, looks up the inside, the Christmas corner. The MDL Racing Team, Mark and Dave Litchfield. And Bennett takes the lead. Johnson not fighting it. No point fighting it right now. It's 4 minutes of the race remaining. We only had 3 minutes of racing. And Johnson is now going to sit. I'll give him a lap before he starts, you know, making inquiries, shall we say. Doing a couple of house calls. Just establishing what the lie of the land is in terms of what he's going to be greeted with when he tries to make a concerted effort to pass CJ Bennett through oblivion. And fine lady up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Those two McBarrett racing carts of Johnson and Ewell looking very, very racy at the moment. Second and third, and closing in on the MDL Motorsport cart of CJ Bennett. Out of Wilkins into Osiers down the hill. Look at the mud on the outside of the corner. All it takes is for one, you know, heavy cart to drag its way through the mud, and of course it becomes more of a ditch off circuit. The drop-off is more severe after the tarmac before you get to the grass. Potentially why we're seeing so many chains come off today, because as the drivers sort of hook their sort of inside front and rear tyres over the curbs where they would normally be, you know, grass, there's now a drop-off before we get to mud, and there's two more gone for a spin. With any doubt as to how slippery the grass is, the fact that neither of those two drivers could remotely get back underway under their own power tells you everything that you need to know. And the top three, and now we're back on. There's the number 25 of Daniel Bridgeson and the number 78 of Laith Khan. Synchronised spinning, synchronised restarting as Nettleship goes past Dayton Coulthard. And they've got back on right behind the lap driver. That could be a major issue, and the lap driver unintentionally balked his own teammate, CJ Bennett, more than anyone else. Intentional, obviously. Daniel Bridgen had just returned to the track on very greasy tyres, covered in mud and what have you. Suddenly he's found himself, the leaders bearing down on him. He did his best, and luckily CJ Bennett didn't lose too much time, because Johnson and Ewell are still sat on his rear bumper. They weren't able to find a way past. And there's another lapped cart approaching. That could be Laith Khan, the other driver that went off with Daniel Bridger a couple of laps ago. Here come the three leaders down the hill towards Ashby's. 1 minute 10 seconds left on the clock. And they're into Osiers again. I'm trying to see, that is Laith Khan, who is very quick, so he may not catch Laith Khan. Well, he might do. Laith is back there because he's had an off, not because he's, you know, lap of pace. Laith looks over his shoulder. He sees the oncoming lead battle. What does Laith do? Hopefully he pulls to the inside of the circuit and lets them go. Not quite yet. We'll do it again after they come out of Ashby's, because there's not a lot Laith can do here. He can run wide this corner. Blue flag's waving, so Laith Khan, another blue wave flag, and now he moves to the inside. And he loses the inside, but that's enough to cost CJ Bennett just a fraction of momentum. And Johnson retakes the lead using the lap carts as a distraction. So just as Khan just jinked to the inside coming out of Wilkins, that would cause a momentary hesitation for CJ Bennett. Johnson pounced as we start the final lap. Great timing from that Johnson. Bennett under pressure from Ewell. Here's the rest of the leaders going past Ashby's. Sam Lewis in fourth position, side by side for second now. Bennett's lost out to Max Ewell for P2. It's a Mick Barrett racing. 1, 2, 3. Sam Lewis trying to fight back into contention. Is that oh, it's a lapped cart still in between some of the drivers finishing in the top 6 overall. The leader, the winner, Matt Johnson over Max Yours, CJ Bennett heartbreakingly dropping to 3rd. In lapped traffic from the lead, Sam Lewis, Aaron Brown, Jack Nettleship, Dayton Coulthard, Alexander Di Benedictis, Dylan Patel and Oliver Meek. And another look down, the unofficial finishing order. 22 senior X30 drivers. Let's have another quick gander at the SlipStream live chat. Okay, let's have a look. It's been a little moment since I went through some of the live chat. Okay. Right, let's have a look. Afternoon, Henry. Afternoon, Johnny Whopper. Rugby. Oh, all wrong names, wrong surname. Henry is Cunningham. Yeah, we've been through that. Vinny C Racing. It's Vinny Cunningham. Good luck to Mikael Islam in the previous race. Now, Declan Miles. Can we get a shout out to David Lives? David Ives? Celebrating his 60th birthday on Wilton's Day. Yes, happy birthday, Declan. Wayne Brook. Peter Bassett says hi. Yeah, we've been through that. I got very distracted. Time to put him on a talent show then, says Dirk. I must have missed that one. That must be the reply to a poor joke that I made that I've already forgotten about. Let's have a look. Colleen Garth, is Lisa Preisner not on the live chat today? Wow, has Lisa Preisner joined the Slipstream revolution? That's the question you've got to ask yourself, Colleen. New to karting, what should I start doing? Says Godly Mum. Save. Save money. Save, save, save. And then spend it all on go-karting. Here we go, it's the next race up. It's Junior X30. And up the hill, here we go. Well, we'll try and catch up with the rest of the Slipstream. I'll chat a little bit later on. Thank you for all your support. There's Aaron Richardson, Marnie Kara, share row number 1, George Edgar, Rocco Shenton on row 2, Freddie Wood, and Archie Rogers Tyler on row 3. Hines and Musk are on row 4, Butterazzi and Hodges row 5, Myers and Quinlan. Row number 6, Quinlan failing to finish the opening heat race, Vinnie Allen and Sam Mott. Night measures, Colby Patterson, Joseph Davis and Orion Meta. That's your top 18. Final 2 rows, Sebastian G, Jacob Nairn, Ollie Brunt, Ethan Winsler and Exton Cook. That's the final 2.5 rows of the field. And we're getting ready to get into the tram lines now. The 2 Fusion Motorsport carts, the number 3 of Richardson, the number 44 of Sumari Kira. Kira looks across, looks across, looks across. They take the start, a very even start. Sumari Kira trying to hang tough on the outside, the run through Crook and into oblivion, and Marnie Kira holds on to second place. Rocco Shenton round the outside. That's the best Slim Shady of the day by a long margin for Rocco Shenton. And one of the Dave Edwards carts was so impressed by it that it went for a spin. That's Exton Cook. At least it looks like a Dave Edwards cart. Apologies if it is not. Certainly Exton Cook. Now, Shenton. Got one for the highlight reel, tick. Now, try and chase down race leader and win this race. Question mark. Will that be tick by the end of the next 6 minutes, 8 seconds, plus a lap? Well, we're going to find out. Shenton, although on a mission, you can just see Rocco Shenton driving. He just has a look about him that he is urging that kart to do stuff that kart doesn't want to do. And he's making the kart dance as he's doing it. And he's quick. And he's closing in on the race leader. last time by. It may have been a fast lap for Aaron Richardson, but this lap is better for Rocco Shenton. The gap, check it, was 0.8 of a second. Although Richardson's having a good second half of the lap here. Across the line we go. Here is the order leading up the hill. Richardson, Shenton, Kira, Edgar, Wood, Archie Rogers, Tyler, Harley Musk, Enzo Butterazzi, Finley Hines and Nathaniel Hodges, your top 10. The field quite spread out, it has to be said. Shenton, but he's got enough under the hood to keep ahead of Sukmani Kira, but 1.7 seconds now behind Aaron Richardson. Still 5 minutes to go, however, as we look at George Edgar being chased by, hang on a second, there is number 157. That's Finley Hines being chasing Enzo Butterazzi, who in turn is chasing Harley Musk. Hodges still runs out in 10th position, and there is the 157 of Finley Hines, and Hodges in the number 93, just behind Hines. Out of Ashby's. Now I can feel a bit of a breeze blowing in. It's a cooling breeze as well. Arriving at the circuit, you can see the skeletal trees largely statue still around the circuit. But now the slightly overgrown but very plush and green grass, the blades on our camera angles are starting to flutter and move like fields of corn as the wind begins to pick up. Not enough to really change the handling of the go-karts, but certainly, you know, high winds in karting, and you're trying to change direction very, very quickly. That's when they can really impact you, and of course the slipstream effect as well. Now, Kira. She is. Oh, the number 87 is off. That's the only novice in the race. Ethan Windsor is in trouble. The gap still 1 second. Oh dear, there's another one out. That looks like... Now, was that Exton, Cook, Ollie Brunt, possibly? All those drivers, oh dear! The 187 of Archie Rogers. Oh, now there's a problem. There's a problem. Slippery surface. There's 3 karts that have all lost it under braking. And I'm sure there would have been a yellow flag waving. Oh, there's number 20 kart having a go. That's Butterazzi on Harley Musk. No, it's actually, sorry, it's Butterazzi on Nathaniel Hodges. So they all pass Sukmani Kira. Where is Sukmani Kira? She has not come around. Now let's see. There's a yellow flag waving now as the karts that spun off the previous lap get moved aside. There's the green wave flag. So 90 seconds to go, plenty of time, and I'm sure it won't take another couple of laps to clear up the mess at Christmas corner, so we'll go back to not having a yellow flag there. Here is Shenton. He's not giving this one up at all. He has done really well to close back in on Aaron Richardson. Patience, racecraft. Quite often last year and the year before, Rocco Shenton would fade as the race went on. Simply he just drove the kart too hard. Now he takes the race lead, and Aaron Richardson has to try and fight back. When he looks to the inside, yes he will. Can he get the kart slowed down? No, he can't. Why? Because Shenton absolutely rooted to the outside of the track. Jacob Nairn gets a mechanical flag. I've got to say that Bill ART machine of Rocco Shenton. Now he's not going to make it easy for Aaron Richardson at all. Richardson knows this. Maybe Richardson thinks, oh, okay, well, you know, choose my battles wisely. This is a battle. The afternoon, main event, well, that's the war. Up towards Christmas Corner. And George Edgar and Freddie Wood aren't completely out of this one yet, although time is now of the essence. 15 seconds to go, and they will see the last lap board next time around. Shenton hanging on. Shenton has. Richardson wants. And so do Edgar and Freddie Wood. This is going to have to be quite special from Aaron Richardson. Shenton will not give this up easily, not by a long shot. Richardson looks to the inside. No, Shenton, middle of the track. Again, no weaving, just sat in the middle of the track. So nobody could get momentum and get around him. Into Wilkins. Oh, there was a little bit of rubbing and racing. Yes, we're allowed to call it rubbing and racing together. On the week that we lost, Harry Hyde, inspiration for Robert Duvall's Ulchi character Harry. In Days of Thunder, what would Robert Duvall have made of that? Rocco Shenton. Rocco Shenton's a bit of a maverick. And he wins 8/10 of a second over George Edgar, Freddie Wood, and Aaron Richardson after such a long time out front. Eventually slumps to P4. Rest of the field coming across the line. And good luck to CI. Let's have a little look. Shout out to Liam Note. Finally managed to not come last after 3 years of trying. Well done, Liam. It's purple. Our only Ian. What's the normal difference between SlipStream and Livestream? Well, you got to pay for the finals on a SlipStream broadcast. How's that? And only do it from Safari, especially if you're an Apple customer. If you subscribe to SlipStream via the YouTube app, Apple take another bit of the money off you. Don't give it to us, they keep it themselves. So use Safari if you've got an iPhone. Now, let's have a look down. Don't worry, the steward will think of something. At least he finished. Okay, well, you can discuss about Rocco Shenton. And we'll go to the next race, which will be IAME Water Swift, race number 17. Once again, the observers and officials stand and wait. There was an interesting discussion going on about Rocco Shenton. And let's have a look. Shout out to Noah McNicholas from Liam Note. 8th birthday today. Happy birthday, Noah McNicholas. Is it Noah McNichols? Noah McNicholas? You tell me. Happy birthday, regardless. Nana and Grandad Sheridan. Sheridan? That's a Hyacinth Bouquet residence. Those of you who remember keeping appearances. Maria Sheridan. Sheridan. Good luck, CJ. Nana and Granda Sheridan are watching. Okay. Was it, you know, she, Hyacinth Bouquet, Patricia Routledge. It wasn't Sheridan, it was Sheridan. Chester Fawkes leads the Water Swift Inter-Grid alongside Alfie Davidson, Bodie Batch, Ilya Sami, Effin Owen and Dimitar Uzanov. none of them called Sheridan. Harry Favell, Teddy Higgs, Oliver Kleinfelter, Frank Morris in the top 10, William Bennett and Max Frisbee. Travis Giddings, Archie Johnson and Reggie Chandler. Watch for Reggie making his way up the order. Now we are waiting. Chester Fawkes, who won the morning heat race. Good battle, I remember that. Can't remember who came out on top. As the lights go out, we go racing. And they go through with Chester Fawkes leading. I believe that is still a danger graphics kit on the number 77 cart. No, it's E-plate cart. What am I talking about? Can't even get numbers and letters right. Deary me. Fawkes comes through Wilkins. Behind him, whole train. Oh, there is a wheel to wheel. The 127 Ethan Owen. Ethan Owen. And then that green and black cart. That's Ilya Sami in 4th position. Chester Fawkes continue to lead, but Bodie Batch is closing in. Owen, Sami, 3rd and 4th. Favell, Alfie Davidson down to 6th. Change incoming for P3, Ilya Sami in that UK Racing green and white livery. Down towards Ashby, there at the back of that group. Is that William Bennett? Chandler in the number 47 cart has picked up a few places as well. Down the infield straight, there is Sami. Defending 3rd place now from Ethan Owen. And Harry Favell, number 82, is not close enough to make any impact. It's Alfie Davidson now in 5th position. Then it's Dimi Uzanov in 6th, Harry Favell down to 7th, William Bennett is 8th, Reggie Chandler up to 9th, and Oliver Kleinfelter is next. But the first big gap is after the top 7. So 7 carts, there we go, count them through, 2, 4, 6, 7, have got a handy advantage over the next group of 2, 4, I'd say 6 drivers. No, 7 drivers, back to 14th place. And there, Sami, Ilias Sami, leading Ethan Owen, Alfie Davidson through the boot, onto another lap. And here's a good battle behind number 99 of William Bennett. Bennett now has his hands full on Chandler, 8th and 9th. And there's a move up to Christmas corner, Alfie Davidson. Now, getting messages coming in, and we had a Pantano, Tommy Weyer, winning a race. Excellent. Of course, I haven't got access to all the chassis names and team names. This particular timing software doesn't provide that. Well, it does, but it's just not on my list. So, to apologise. Don't know who is on the Pantano kart. Run by Tommy Weyer Racing. There is a move. Alfie Davidson, poor start, getting quicker and quicker as the race progresses. We're just watching where the race is fanning out a little bit now. Under beautiful blue sunshine. I have not been in the UK at all, really, in the last month, apart from a couple of days, and this is by far and away the nicest day that I've been here for this year. As Davidson sets off now after Beaudette. 2.5 minutes to go. Forbes, the Argenti Motorsport supported driver, the graphics kit, leading for how much longer? Here we go. Sorry, that was an Iron Brew-based pit stop, mid-race pit stop. To apologise. IAME over the curb, understeers a little bit into the boot. He has got his hands full now with Ethan Owen. Up at the front, 1.3 seconds is the gap that separates Chester Forks, Beaudette. This is a good group. This is 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th position. Well, Uzanov and Favell. Here is the 1-4-2. It's Teddy Higgs in 8th. Reggie Chandler in the number 47 car in 9th. And you can see, well, that second place car in that group, the crash helmet design, the Ash Crossy design crash helmet, which is really distinctive, I have to say. And all Reggie's merch, his family put together, outweighs a few pennies. Has the same style, no matter what team Reggie's with. He's building his own brand, he's building his own reputation as, oh, that was unlucky. And now Chandler loses ground. He's going to be passed by Max Frisbee. Meanwhile, that is Alfie Davidson passing Beaudette for second. But as we've been following the midfield trials and tribulations, Chester Forks has got his foot down and has pulled out a comfortable lead. 2 seconds now with 30 seconds plus a lap of the race remaining. Battles on for second between Batch and Davidson. Interfusion battle. Out of the boot. And across the start finish line we go. Further back, Efren Owen and IAME, but likewise involved in a head-to-head battle for 4th and 5th. There they are. Chester Forks has literally gapped the field. In slick, in wet conditions like we saw this morning, or damp conditions, it's not uncommon to see large winning margins. In the dry, especially a field of this competitiveness, and a level playing field the Rotax package provides for its users. Chester Forks, 2 seconds up the road, that is a rarity. But he is still extending his advantage. We're looking at IAME now chasing down the KR Sport number 7 of Efren Owen. This is for the 4th and 5th place. It's our Uzanov behind these two in 6th. Dimitar all on his own. Likewise for Harry Favell in 7th. And a huge gap now back to the 8th place battle. The 8th place battle isn't on your screens yet. There it is, going at the Christmas corner now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strong. We're on the final lap. Forks has the lead and the win as long as he doesn't throw it off. Davidson has passed and put Batch back to 3rd. The best battle is between Efren Owen and IAME for 4th. Here goes Chester Forks across the line. Another win for Forks. Davidson and Batch. And who's going to take 4th? It's going to be Owen. Sammy Usadov in 6th. Bull in 7th. And the rest of the field. Oh, and there's a bit of defense. Reggie. Well, who was that? Was that Reggie Chandler? It might have been, you know. Oh, Frank Morris. Possibly as well. Yeah, there's Chandler and Max Frisbee fighting for 9th place there, separated by just 1/100th of a second at the end of the race. And you watch Archie Johnson in the number 44 novice car complete his first race of the day. Frank Morris. A great result for Frank in P12. William Bennett, Travis Giddings back in 14th position. Archie Johnson, he'll drive, well, 15th place, he was running at the end, I think. Yeah. Full house, starting, full house, finishing. And the next race up, 3 to go, it'll be Minimax, followed by Honda Cadet. Then, the combined Micromax and Water Swift restricted race. Beautiful blue skies! This is SlipStream by Alpha Live. And the next race up is Water Swift. Make that not Water Swift. We'll start again. Beautiful blue skies, ladies and gentlemen. This is SlipStream. And the next race up is Minimax. Nailed it. No one noticed. On track already. Your starting lineup as follows. Rian Townsend and Dimitar Uzanov out of one into the other straight away. Isaac Garth and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer the next. Flynn Grantham and Rudra Golkanath. That's your top 6. 7th, Hugo Torpy, followed by Charlie Heffer, Thomas Laidler, Ethan Copeland, George Whiteman, hopefully he's got his cart fixed, followed by Riley Blakemore, Noah Hammond, Siki Komatsu, Sam Fleming, Finley Thompson, Elsie Gannon, Jude Story, Jess Kirby and James Carver. That's your top 20. Henry Algar, Hayden Wardale, Phoenix Millen Sexton and Jake Hansford. That's your top 24. Aurelia Simpson, Arthur Kaiser, Billy Gromit, TJ McLeish, Leyland Bradnam and Dagathor Sigurdsson. And the last 2 drivers, Byron Webb and Jay Birmingham. Birmingham did very, very well at the first race, starting from the back. Hello and thank you to Lucio DB. Welcome to SlipStream. Welcome to a false start, which is jolly good for the drivers, because let's have a perusal back up at the purple Keon Lean. Shout out that, yeah, Liam knows who's done that one. Right, where did we get down to? We've done Sheridan, yeah, we did that joke. We did the Noam Nichols 8th birthday shout. So Ethan Guest Racing, supporting Rocco Leon Shenton. Ethan Guest, one of the kart scholarship finalists for X-Kart last year. And we'll go down. Everyone still arguing over something, not quite sure what it is, but we're not going to read those comments out. Just joined us, Emerson McAndrew. You're not racing today. No, he's not. Yana, he is at Warden Law, karting northeast. Here we go then. Now the lights out and Minimax underway. Oh, good start from Uzanov up the hill. The 194 is next in line as race leader across the top. Rian Townsend. Look at the gap that Townsend's got. Oh no, the number 19 is gone. The number 19 looking down. Oh, of course, that would be Arthur Kaiser out of the action. Right at the start, it is Townsend leading. Now, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer is closing in on Dimitar Uzanov. Rian Townsend's chances of winning this race could rest quite significantly on what Dimitar Uzanov does now. Is Jack Fulbrook-Harmer quicker than Dimitar Uzanov? Well, that is So we're going to find out. He might be quicker, but he's got to dispatch him without any delay if he wants to try and catch Townsend. Uzanov, well, it's still early days yet. At the moment, Uzanov is not as quick as Townsend and is having to concern himself more with not losing a position rather than concerning himself more with working on how to gain a position. Of course, only one position left to gain. You're in second, and that is the race lead. You're not going to gain it while you're 0.7 of a second slower than the race leader. Up towards Christmas Corner. Oh, the number 26. That is Flynn Grantham. Almost getting his rib rested with, oh, there's a number 43, Ethan Copeland going for a spin. Arthur Kaiser is back in the race, I think. Let's have a quick glance. His name has just popped up. And indeed he is. He's a long way back, but he is still racing. Now, there at the back, it's a very smart black and silver livery machine. That's Rudra Golkanath. Already to, let's have a look, Golkanath. Some drivers are just more suited to certain classes. Golkanath ran in a different class last year, and Golkanath has really taken to this. Maybe it's just a driver growth spurt, you know, size, engine. Certainly, Rudra Golkanath happy in Minimax, and he's also very happy. Well, now Rian Townsend is half a second up on Dimitar Uzanov, who has pulled away from these four. Uzanov closing in on the race leader, and here comes the battle for third. That's Isaac Garth into P3, and here comes Jack Fulmer to retake his fourth position, and the gap at the front between Townsend and Uzanov is down to very, very little. Oh, and there is side by side again. Getting distracted by, now there's several lots of lapped carts just up the road. Obviously people have had spins, have had moments, trying to see who they're trying to shush out of the way. Well, it matters not at the moment. There was a move further back. Look at this. This is number 23. This is, oh, hang on a second. This is 3 minutes to go. This is Dimitar Uzanov has absolutely waltzed up to the race leader, Rian Townsend, and dispatched him with, well, with almost disdain. He made it look so easy. Uzanov, right, it's go time. The time is now, and by goodness me, he went. It is already 0.2 of a second clear. Townsend desperately trying to stay in Uzanov's slipstream through Ashby's. Up, blue flags waving now. It's Isaac Garth in third place. Do we have back markers in that group? Uzanov has a little look there. You, our director, saying yes, there are back markers in said group of carts, which is why the marshal is waving the blue flags. And across the line we go. Trying to see. I think that was it. Arthur Kaiser, who we saw have that spin earlier, he is back in the race. Down in 31st, there is another move up a Christmas corner. Uzanov looking comfortable now. To be fair to Rian Townsend, he's not been trying to fight straight back, which would slow them both down. He is thinking about points and grid positions for the main event. Uzanov now 0.3 up the road, new fastest lap. Jason Paul Dredge UK team. Uzanov leads by 0.4 of a second. Garth, Flynn Grantham are third, and fourth, then Golkanath, Palmer, Heffer, Torpy, Laidler and Blakemore. Here's your top 10. So, 20 seconds to go into the boot. Uzanov and Townsend, neck and neck, across the start-finish line for the penultimate start of the penultimate lap. Got the strike zero very shortly. Here is the number 87 Cart and the number 87 Isaac Garth. Holds on to an impressive third place. Oh dear, out of the race. That's LC Gammon. Gammon? LC Gannon. Sadly, Uzanov 4/10 up on Townsend. Here is the battle. Number 26 of Flynn Grantham. Fighting with Garth, fighting with Golkanath. Their three-way battle for the final podium positional. Yeah, it is the final podium position. Here we go then. Final lap, board out. Uzanov and Townsend through Crook and Oblivion, up the hill. And hard on the anchors. The Christmas corner. And there is an attempt. Rudra Golkanath trying to pass Flynn Grantham. Grantham holding his line, however. Oh, there's a move from Flynn Grantham back going into that corner. That was one heck of a move. As we now have just 3 corners to go. Dimitar Uzanov, he's done the hard work. He's got a lapped cart in front of him. He's done the hard work. The lap cart will not be a factor. Dimitar Uzanov takes the victory from Rian Townsend, Isaac Garth, Flynn Grantham, Rudra Golkanath, Fulbert Harmer, Johnny Heffer, Thomas Laidler, Torby, and Jay Birmingham. Another really, really good drive from Jay Birmingham from 30th on the grid, I think. Let's say hello to Lucy. We said hello to Lucy. The slipstream. We have got dear Deanne Lisa Mason. There we are. Oh, dear Lisa Mason. Welcome aboard. Thank you for your support. Dirk, have a good race, everyone. Never heard of any of the kids. Well, Dirk, that's because this is the Heartless Zone. This is grassroots British karting. This is club level karting at its finest. And colleague Garth agrees. Good racing, well done all. Uzanov, Townsend, Garth, Grantham, Golkanath, Fulbrook Harmer, Heffer, Laidler, Torpy, and Birmingham. The rest of the field you can see as we prepare for what will be the final 2 races of the morning session. The rumble in the jungle. The Hondas heading out onto the circuit for their second and final heat race. Mason Becker and Shaylin Trecanton on row number 1. Marcus Cooper and Joshua Bailey on row 2. Oliver Ratton and Ben Bowers on row number 3. Row number 4, Jesse Bailey and Phoebe Shelton, Kyle Kerr and Oliver Vickers, Keen Delaney and Finley Thursfield. Chris Doshik, Freddie Williams, Kian Doherty, George Pickett, Felix Bessel and Albie Krosk. Albie Krosk as they go through the cut through. Well, they use the actual chicane, no, he's using cut through. It's not a rolling start. Jakob Milskarski can't wait to start racing at Wilton Mill. Well, good luck, Jakob Milsarski. Thank you to Keely Mizzen. Welcome to SlipStream, Keely. So nice, she joined twice. It's even better. Well, it's if you afflicted with a really bad lazy eye, for example, you need to buy 2 SlipStreams so you can watch both screens. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing in Honda Cadet, and it's Sheila Tricanthan into the lead early doors. Everyone rumbling their way up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Look how close they are, bump drafting each way through Christmas, 3 wide across the top of Inkermans. It's not helping the middle of the pack because look, the top 4 are already single file, already trying to break away. In fact, look at the gap they've got. They've got a 5-6, well, make it a 10 kart length gap over 5th place on back. So it proves it does work. Tricanthan, it's the number 52. That's Becca. 55. Be race 1 winner. Hang on. Oh, why is that not funny? Marcus Cooper is there in the 55. I have to say, surprise package over everything else. The number 81 Project 1 machine of Joshua Bailey. So here's your 4 leaders. Shane and Tricanthan for the MJR Martin Jackson Racing team. And the swap for second could be Bailey picking up a place on Becca. Yes, it was. Of course, tactics come into play here because you've got drivers who play for the same. Well, let's have a look. Up the hill, Tricanthan checks over his shoulder. Likewise for Bailey, who's got the fastest lap of the race, 54.47 seconds. Gap is down to virtually nothing. Tricanthan signals to say, come on, let's play nice and work together. And, well, 4.5 minutes to go. That's not an unreasonable request. Whether the request will be listened to, no is the answer. Not at all, because Joshua Bailey is of the school of thought, if I'm quick enough now, I'm going to go past. Now, why sit tight and wait until maybe there's an occasion at the end of the race where I'm not quick enough, and certainly I'm not as quick as the race leader, so I go and make the move as soon as you can. Top 4 across the finish line. 5-second penalty for Keen Delaney. There you go, the top 4 around Ashby's. It looks like Jesse Bailey, the number 30 kart, is very, very lonely, all on his own in 5th position. Yes, over 1.5 seconds behind these 4. There he is, and he is still 1.3 seconds in front of Kyle Kerr in 6th position. Now, he's going to have to defend. Yep. Joshua Bailey's going to have to defend for all he's worth. Canton looks to the inside, going to make that move. Not quite. Same livery carts. Project 1, the famous Project 1, little grey, green, white and red. And the Project 1 cart now runs 1, 2, 4. With Bailey ahead of... Bailey is ahead of, let's have a quick look, that is the 52, sorry, of Becker. Bailey, Becker, Canton back to third. And then Marcus Cooper in fourth place. 2.5 minutes to go. Welcome aboard, Ruth Dickens, to the SlipStream subscription. Well, Trecanton's got a good SlipStream. Up towards Christmas Corner, and Streeland Trecanton is back into P2. Was at the centre of, it wasn't his fault, he didn't realise that he effectively, Ronnie Jones, his teammate last year, Streeland Trecanton passed Ronnie, won the final round of the season, just as things panned out. It ended up being a pass that was a championship deciding pass in the favour of Riley Blakemore, who was in that race a long way back after a spin early on in the Honda Cadet final from last year here at Wilton Mill. Absolutely mind-bendingly emotional, tense, you name it, it had it. And we're soon, whoa, side by side, Cooper into Becker. I said we're pretty shortly. You know, look at that. 3 Project 1s, and we're getting a Project 1, 1, 2, 3. Have we got enough bucket hats to win the podium in the memory of the late Gerald Cox from Project 1 racing? Well, Canton, oh, he's going to make that kart very, very, very wide indeed. We're already into the final minute plus 1 lap. Over the curbs, Canton checks just to see how close. And you might not think the drivers how close they are. Up the hill now. Through Inkermans and down towards Ashby. Trecanton. The clock will strike 0 before they get back to the start-finish line. So next time around, it'll be 1 to go. Trecanton's going to have a huge task on his mind. In fact, well, what does that do for the situation as a move before the last lap begins? Now the last lap begins. It begins with Joshua Bailey up front. Canton back to P2. Bailey having to defend. And into Christmas Corner. And down the hill. Stacking up through Ogiers. Still, it's the 81 of Joshua Bailey holding off. Oh, he's holding off Shailen Trecanton. Trecanton's going to get to try the undercut here. The 52 and the 55 watching it. Shailen Trecanton almost does it, but Joshua Bailey, refusing to concede, just drove the kart in harder than he ever has done before. And makes it stick, takes the win. Trecanton, Becker, Cooper, Bailey and Kerr, the top 6. penultimate heat race of the 2026 Winter Open Cup at Wilton Mill goes the way of Joshua Bailey by 1100ths of a second over Shaylin Trecanton. Mason Becker and Marcus Cooper are up next, followed by Jesse Bailey, Kyle Kerr, Keane Delaney, Ben Bowers, Oliver Ratton and Oliver Vickers. Phoebe Shelton, Finley Thursfield, Chris Doshi and Kian Doherty, followed by George Pickett, Freddie Williams, Albie Cross and Felix Bezel. 18 starters, 18 finishers. Race number 20 is up next. It's on track right now. It's Micromax and Water Swift Restricted. The Micro drivers will start as one, and then about a quarter of a lap behind. The Water Swift Restricted drivers will start as one. Milo Taylor and Zach Andrew on row number 1. Will Wainwright and Hendrix Falat, row 2. Rio Pocock and Caden Hanley, row number 3. Heath Smith and Charlie Cale, Oakley Howler and Ralph Ewer, Logan Edwards and Benjamin Schliever. Jack Gould, Cooper Galloway, William Ewer, Harry Riley, Lani Eden and Jack Reed. Jonah Allen, Otley Simpson, Teddy Shepard and Hugo Senna. What a name! What a boy! Starts 22nd. There is Stu Stratton just ambling across the panoramic view of what will be, how many cadets? How many Micromaxes? 2, 4, a lot indeed. They're going to go round again. So we'll go round again and we'll pick these back up. Eventually, when we take the start. The field has slowed. On the run to the green, lights out. Welcome to Marcus Cooper's granddad watching. Hello, and well, Charlie Heffer's cousin is watching on as well. So, one more heat race before the break. Lights are out, we are off and racing. It's Milo Taylor once again with the advantage. There is number 15 car. That is Hendrix Falat. That's the Tommy Weir Racing Pantano chassis. There's Will Wainwright's machine going through. Wainwright already up to second. As somehow we've got all 23 micros, and we've got 22 of our micro drivers and all 4 of our IAME Water Swift Restricted drivers, but it's still Taylor leading. The end of lap number 2. There at the back of the pack, there's already Ollie West in cart number 4, the leading IAME Water Swift Restricted driver, and West is picking them up and putting them down at the back of the pack. Here come the other 3 drivers. This is what you want to see. This is 3 out of the 4 drivers in what was it restricted. It's almost a shame we haven't got a podium, a 4th podium step. Someone's going to miss out. As Zach Andrew in kart number 28, trying to hold off the number 15 of Hendrix Falat. Wainwright still in front of them and closing up on them. That is number 18 of Heath Smith, which is well, let's have a little look there. There is Hendrix Falat battling with Will Wainwright. Oh, that's very, very close. Oh, and Falat just gets a little bit of a love tap for his trials and tribulations. And there is the number 18, Heath Smith, catching this group. And now that Heath Smith has caught them, can he get past them? Falat is next. It's Falat. No, it's now Wainwright who is next. And Falat tried to go through. Smith tried to go through there as well, but the door was closed. Of oblivion, and up the run, up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Will Wainwright now to the hold off Smith for 3rd, and just look at the power that Falat has had. He's already latched himself on to Zach Andrew. He has, and just behind the top 4, top 5 are the Caden Hanley, Rio Pocock, Charlie Cale, Oakley Howler, and Ralph Ewer, all in a row. And we wait 3.5 minutes to go. Ooh, that was got to be careful. So Zach Andrew retakes 2nd place, and still Milo Taylor's lead stands at 3.7 seconds, but he was leading by an even bigger margin in the closing stages of Heat 1. As there's 2 RCE chassis swapping positions. And, well, this is the lull before the final chaos picks up. And everyone now just jockeying for position. There is Andrew now behind Hendrix Falat. So Falat has made the move, but it has allowed Milo Taylor to escape. So this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, happening 3 seconds behind, 3.5 seconds behind our race leader. And that was a battle further back in the pack. Well, Milo Taylor, look at the gap that Milo has pulled out over Falat, Andrew, Hanley, Smith. Pocock Wainwright in 7th, but still 5 seconds off the race lead. Still held by Milo Taylor in the number 67. Remaining runners in Micromax using and abusing those curbs with full distinction. You're going to see the biggest win for Tommy Weir Racing later this weekend. Number 15, that would be Hendrix Falat. That's a Tommy Weir Racing run kart. 3 wide. And that is 4. Ooh. Find out what they're required. We'll do that job later on. Meanwhile, Taylor is 4 seconds up the road. So this is Henry just slowing everybody. So this is Falat Hendrix slowing every body down. Rory Burke racing. Welcome aboard, Rory. Hopefully, when the finals come around, I will be able to pronounce some of the names of the races properly. Gonna do a bit of a pit stop here in the next 25 seconds. Taylor, 5 seconds up the road. Here's the battle of a second. Andrew has it back from Falat with Caden Hanley, showing that whoever you put in one of those Richardson chassis engineering machines, they have got a piece of equipment that they can win with. That is for sure. The clock has struck 0. This is the scrap per second. The leader is already planning what sauce he's going to put on his chicken dinner later tonight. Look at the offset of that cut. That's insane. Milo Taylor. And, oh, there's a move into Christmas corner. Caden Hanley. He's like, oh, is this a situation where I got to go for it? And he was like, yep, I got to go for it, even if I wasn't supposed to. And there's some grey clouds moving in. Now, where is Darcy Durnfold? The answer is... Oh, now, this is an interesting one, because I'm not allowed... Well, we'll find out about shortly. Here we go. Checkered flag. Milo Taylor, a dominant performance with Zach Andrew and Caden Hanley on the last lap. Hendricks Falat, Heath Smith, Rio Pocock, Charlie Cale, Will Wainwright, Ralph Ewer, Oakley Howlett, top 10. And the rest of the field. There are 3 of our 4 IAME Water Swift. Now, let's have a look. Ollie West won that event. 54.43. As the final heat race of 2026 Wilton Mill Winter Open Cup is in the books. Here is a rundown of the finishing order. Now, before we get to the rest of the lunch break, here is a quick reminder that when we come back from the lunch break, that will go into SlipStream's premium live content. So please, if you haven't subscribed already, do so. You get access not only to the finals, both here and at Trent Valley Kart Club each month, live 7 days before non-subscribers. You also get exclusive access to some of the new programming and content that Alpha are producing for SlipStream. You need to be in the SlipStream to win. It's simple as that. We're going to have a short break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Please think about how many lovely advertisers we can fill this part of the show with, and we'll be back for the main events later on.